Experience the difference with Woodhouse, a trusted auto partner since 1975.
1620 The Zone. Live and local, broadcasting 6A to 6P in the Host Coffee Zone studio. Host Coffee, offering office break room refreshment services to Omaha and Lincoln metro area businesses. Discover a better break room solution for your office at sales@Host Coffee.
A crossover is
crossover dribble.
crossover.
Kyrie Irving, crossover in the lane.
One of the most famous crossovers of all time.
Behind the back, an ankle breaker on Chris Paul.
Crossovers.
Double crossover.
The crossover continues to evolve.
You are looking live at History Happens Here. We are just about ready for one of the greatest moments in the history of the University of Nebraska Department of Intercollegiate Athletics. It is Connor Happer's attempt to set a world record of 352 grams or roughly 19 chicken nuggets in 1 minute or less.
And we do have a food scale in here, which
Yes,
is very important
in fact,
to have.
That's why I'm going to bring up mobile unit 1 here in just a second. I'm going to turn this down so it doesn't.
I don't think it goes all the way down.
Yeah,
I had
probably
that issue
doesn't.
with mine
That's
recently.
all right.
Too.
Don't worry about it.
Hey,
all right.
cares?
Mobile unit 1.
That's a great camera angle.
Mobile unit 1.
Oh boy.
That's me.
Oh boy.
I don't know why I'm solo layout. Here we go.
Off to a great start already.
Go.
There we go.
All right. Here we go.
So you're gonna go get Connor?
No, we gotta weigh the nuggets.
We gotta weigh the nuggets first.
The official weigh-in.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta unzip the thing.
All right. Hi, it's me on another angle. All right, look at John getting ready. He's got his Hawaiian shirt. He's looking good. He's looking handsome.
Yeah.
Should have worn one of my Hawaiian shirts.
So we got the scale, right?
We're gonna zero out the scale here. Hang on.
All right. You gotta put the thing on and then zero it out, John.
Well, we gotta weigh the bowl.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, now zero it out.
Yeah.
Just click the button and it'll zero out.
I know, but 400. I just want it to be known for the record. 470.
No, here, John. If you click the button, it'll zero.
Yeah, I know.
Because
But I want to make sure that we just have the official weight in case we need it.
the Guinness people are going to want every detail of this.
Yeah, every detail. So
There
now
we
it
go.
is
Now
zeroed
we're
out.
zeroed.
Now it is zeroed out.
All right, now John's going to weigh the nuggets. For those of you who are listening right now, they know what's going on, right? Like, we don't have to explain this to the people who are just listening.
He's eating chicken
He's
nuggets.
eating nuggets, right?
The world record is 19 McNuggets in a minute, and Connor's going for the full 20-piece.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to do this so I don't touch the nuggets.
Jordan says, great camera. What is this, BTN Plus?
Not wrong.
Dan, who will be the producer in like an hour, says this might be the worst day to have a second job. Hey, at least you can comment. Okay, so we're at threats at 308. What does it need to be at again, John?
What was that? What did I say? 252?
I don't know. What's the record? What's the record,
It was
Josh?
252.
Yeah.
252. Oh,
The
so
grams was 252.
You can take some of those nugs out there.
Well, we're going to leave them all in.
Okay, cool.
We'll leave them all in.
Take
That's
one
all
down,
20.
pass it around.
That's all 20.
Leaves room for error.
Kyle says this is amazing. Yes, Kyle, it is indeed. This is amazing.
Oh, you haven't begun to see amazing yet.
All right, so now
Because it is time to hit his music.
John is making his way back to get Happer.
This is definitely a video product.
This
right now.
is awesome.
Oh my gosh.
He's got the Goldberg music.
This looks exactly like it did on Monday night in the 90s.
Oh, baby. Oh, R.I.P. Shane.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Shane.
Lives on in our hearts.
To the bathroom we go. And RGB. Alyssa. Oh, she's getting him out. Good luck, Connor. He's ready. Connor's got the purple hat on. He's excited. Pounding his chest, clapping his hands. He's looking around. Nobody's at the office today. Everybody has COVID. Nonetheless, he got one fist pump from Cynthia up front. He's ready to go. Look at that excitement on his face. The excitement from Connor Happer is palpable as he enters the Zone Studio. Let's go.
There you go, Connor.
Thank you.
307 grams of nuggets are in there. 252 is the record. Josh Peterson.
John Bishop.
We'll have the clock. We'll have the clock on.
Do you have the thing set up?
All right, hang on. Here we go.
Hap, how you feeling?
Oh, I feel great.
Okay, good.
I feel great. Not nervous at all.
Good. Good, not nervous.
A question came up earlier, though. Do any of you guys know the Heimlich?
John does. John's from the era of knowing the Heimlich.
I know the broad stroke. You'll be fine.
Grimace knows the Heimlich, too.
Okay, good.
It's
Josh?
Grimace is in studio off
Do
camera.
Where's the camera? What do I
Right here.
You're looking at,
Oh,
John's
okay.
got it.
You're
We got
on-
the mobile camera today.
We got mobile unit 1 ready to go. Josh.
Where's their towel?
I got it,
Josh is going
I
to be the official timekeeper.
I got my camera.
There will be a
These
clock
look
on the
good.
screen. There will be a clock on the
and
screen.
I have a 5-second buffer, so I'm going to click play on this just so we can, and then we'll have a little countdown, and then you can begin.
Okay.
All right, so are we
So
ready?
you said it for a minute.
No
I got it for a
sauce.
minute 5.
No
Yeah,
sauce.
many people were asking me, is he allowed to put sauce on it? He can do whatever he wants to. I don't think he's going to have sauce.
Did I get any sauce? Did any sauce come with this?
John, did you get sauce?
He's
Did
a
you
honey
get the-
mustard man.
Did you get the best barbecue sauce?
I asked for it.
Travis says, LMAO, this is too much already. Travis, it is indeed too much.
That's barbecue sauces right there.
Hell yes.
Barbecue's fine.
Now we've
Hell
swept the
yeah.
building to make sure it is free from protesters that you will have to choke out, Connor.
Glenn Taylor, what did you do to these chicken nuggets?
Hey, we got to give a shout out.
Yeah! Alyssa, let's go! Let's go!
All right.
It smells really good. I can't wait.
By
to
the way,
eat
we
this.
have now more viewers in here than most Big Red Overreactions had last season. So we're off to a great start.
Well, there's
Radio
more of a
bits.
chance that Connor will win.
Oh!
If that's the case, Connor is going to get close.
All right, are we ready?
We are just about ready.
Okay.
Josh is going to have the timer ready. Let's get him set. Again, we'll just recap. We're at 306 grams.
306 Moonlight
of
grams.
delicious chicken nuggets. Are we ready?
Are we ready?
We are ready.
All righty.
Josh is the keeper of the flame.
All right, here we
Count us
go.
down.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Connor, what is that? Is that one?
That's
John,
two.
you got? Oh, he's at 2 already.
Two.
Oh boy, we're 6 seconds in, and he's only at 2, folks. The over/under was at 9.5.
3.
He's on his third.
You're not enjoying them, remember. Just get them down the gullet.
He has 45 seconds remaining as I make sure that my phone doesn't go into screensaver mode. 38 seconds remaining. Yeah, I don't know if he's enjoying them, but he's definitely eating them. Oh, he's not enjoying them.
He's not going as fast as the
No,
YouTube
he's
lady.
slowing down a little
Halfway
bit.
there.
Quicker.
Halfway
Matt
there.
says you got to shove them in there, man.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Come on. Put the meat in. You can do it, Happ. 21 seconds remaining. Oh, he's taking the
First
sip
sip
of the
of water,
water.
though.
Dunk the nuggets in the water.
Yeah, you
Dunk
got
the nuggets
you
in
got to
the
go
water.
2 at a time or
13
something.
seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8,
8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time.
Oh my God.
Oh, and that's it.
Did he even get 10? His personal goal was 10.
Oh.
I mean,
Well, how many did he eat?
I'm gonna bet he ate.
How many grams are remaining,
I'm gonna
John?
bet he ate 8.
Well, at least we all got some food now. Come, how you doing there,
he
Happ?
had 8. He did 8.
He did 8. The under hits.
The under
For
hit.
those of you who took the under.
All right. Shout out to that girl who set the world record.
Yeah, right?
My God.
Because you got less than halfway there.
They're still really good. I'm going to eat the rest of them. But
Well, maybe we should have Alyssa try the rest of them and see if she can
Oh,
do better.
John says weak. Come on, Happer.
All right.
Mark says lame. Oh, we got to do it again. Do I got to get the timer
Yeah,
ready
let's see
again?
if Alyssa can
All right,
beat
all right.
Connor.
All right.
Let me drag this trash can over here. I'm dressed as a giant purple chicken nugget, so
Were they any good? They're good.
okay.
Yeah, they're McNuggets. We all know they're
Fine in
delicious.
there.
Did you bring any fries?
I didn't bring
No.
any water.
I gave
either.
John $5 and he gave it back to me, and now I'm
I
really
need some
sad.
water. I
Well,
feel
I've got
No
some more
fries?
nuggets if you want some more nuggets.
Okay. Are we doing this again?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
All right.
You
You,
did 8. You did 8.
all right.
He's had all day and night to prepare for this, and I'm over here just.
Well,
let's
no,
go.
here's the thing. You've done the same amount of preparation because, as he said on the show earlier, he did not prepare in any way, shape, or
Okay.
form.
Yeah. Except for the hat. All right. You ready, Alyssa?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to give you the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Alyssa now is eating. The viewership continues to climb.
I like her technique more than
Yeah,
yeah.
right. Mike
She's
says
got a
8.
bounce. Look at a bounce in her step.
Dude.
She's got a bounce in her step.
Yeah, yeah.
Bob
Shake
and
that food
weave.
down.
Shuck and jive. Bob and weave.
45 seconds remain. Oh, I just got a text message. Oh, that's an email from the Action Sports Network. Very cool.
Hope you don't get any.
40 seconds remaining. How you doing? Keep going. Keep going. Gave a little thumbs up. How many she had, John?
Got 4 left in there. 5. She's had like 4.5.
All right. Well,
Halfway
she's
there.
halfway there. John says she's going to beat him.
I don't know about this.
Look at these. We got Facebook comments
Oh, your
now.
thing's fading. Your thing's
Oh,
fading.
no. There we go. Okay, it's back.
20
Oh, come on.
seconds.
20 seconds. There's still 4
She's
in
still trying to
there.
shake the food down. Oh, she's. She's.
Oh.
Oh, I thought she was about to. I thought she was about to barf.
Yeah, she
You
had
got
that
10
face.
seconds, Alyssa. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that's wow.
Oh, God.
What a spectacle.
Nice.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, props to that one woman. Props to her. And I'm not just talking about Alyssa.
I still got another 20 piece in here. If someone else wants to give it a go.
I'm gonna have a few.
They're delicious, but very difficult to eat in a quick manner.
I would 1,000% try this.
Alyssa, bye.
She's going to throw up.
Yeah, she is. She's definitely.
She's going to throw up.
She's gonna spit like 4 of them out.
Yeah, John wants to know, is there a live puke coming? Patrick says chew and wash them down. Joe in Phoenix, not impressed. All this hype, and he only ate 8, so weak.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm disappointed. I set a higher bar for myself, that's for sure. And those competitive eaters, it's they're built different, I think.
Bob, cut video if Alyssa has to hurl.
She's fine.
Yeah.
Well, that was quite the experience.
Yeah,
Go ahead, fire your questions at me. I'm ready for post-game interview.
Ravi says he's on his way for that other 20 piece.
You have to eat in 1 minute.
If
would you like to try?
If Robbie's on his way, if Robbie is seriously on his way,
Wait,
I
is
would
he
give
com-
him.
is he
I'd give
coming?
him a go.
He wants to eat the 20 chicken nuggets on his own time. He doesn't want to eat them in a minute.
He just wants the nuggets.
He just wants the nuggets.
No, Robbie, I want to have some of those.
Yeah.
Riley says that you should have blended them up into a smoothie. You can easily finish them into a minute if you did that.
That
Feels like cheating.
Also,
Yeah.
that's gross.
I asked for some. I asked for some help from my friends this morning. One suggested that I squeeze them. I smash them down.
Well,
and I was
but
like, no, I'm
the
not going to
woman
do
who
that.
did the record was
She
just
just-
like,
She just popped them in, and they were gone.
Yeah, she was swallowing. It was almost like she was taking one bite and swallowing it whole.
I may have psyched myself out about the choking thing because that was the only thing that could go wrong. And at one point, there was a real threat of that. That's why I didn't want to put any more in my mouth.
Oh, I see.
Chris in Montana texts into 402-951-1620. That was a bigger letdown than when Geraldo opened Capone's vault.
That is a great callback.
Nice reference.
That is a great callback.
Travis with a blender comment. He says, I broke my jaw in 2007 and blender food is the most disgusting thing I've ever had.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't do that.
It sounds like it.
Jordan says, was Connor Happer and Nebraska football have in common? A lot of hype, but always coming up 12 nuggets short.
12 nuggets.
So the
Nebraska
official count was
football
8?
Was 8.
Oh, man.
Did Alyssa do 10?
I think she ended up like 6.5 or 7 or something.
Where'd the
like
other
that.
ones go?
Well, she ended up stuffing the rest of them in her mouth, but I don't think they ended up actually reaching her belly.
Aaron says, Happer, overhype, underdeliver. A true Nebraska story. Man, poor Nebraska. They're just going to catch strays the entire time about
this is not fair.
Yeah.
Tough day for me.
Oh, a good comment on the YouTube page. How many are going to try this over the weekend? People are thinking about it. Yeah, if any of our listeners do this.
I could do more than Happer. I could do it. Go ahead, try.
Send us a video.
I would love to see you
Send
try.
us a video.
Yeah, now you won't have the fancy graphics and stuff and the fine television production work of
But we will retweet
1620 The Zone TV.
We
But
will
we'll
retweet
retweet
it.
it.
We'll retweet it.
We'll retweet it.
The internet
Assuming
clout.
that it's the proper, setup qualifications here and there's no shenanigans, no funny business going on.
I know I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
You want to try it now?
Sure, why the hell not?
Oh, here we go.
Josh!
Mustache Adam says Connor should have listened to Bill Moose and just tried to get to 6.
We're not dead yet. We are determined to set a world record.
We just need to get to 6. Bill Moose said it. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Ha, Jed. And this is the guy that thinks he could land a plane. Oh. Well, more comments about Nebraska and Scott Frost. JD says, I think I have to say Happer's attempt at the Big Nugget world record might be more disappointing than Scott Frost's tenure at Nebraska. This was way overhyped. Too much hype.
Poll question.
Oh, that is a good poll question.
Which was more disappointing?
Which was more disappointing?
Scott Frost or me
or
today?
Connor Happer.
Let me get mobile unit 1 back up and running here.
All right,
Hang on,
perfect.
because we got to make sure we document. Because
Mobile 1, check in.
Happer,
Mobile
your
one.
hat is killing me. By the way,
that is. By the way, Alyssa found that hat somewhere.
Yeah, well done,
I don't know
Alyssa.
where this
I don't know where
She's
it came
got so
from.
many
From the
props.
prop department
Yeah.
at NRG Media.
Daniel says, I'm going to try to knock this out over the weekend. Good. Yeah, seriously. Tweet us what your
That's Dan, right?
Yeah. I don't know why I called him Daniel.
Get to work, Dan.
Dan.
All right, mobile unit 1.
All right.
You bringing it out?
Josh,
Bringing
let's
it-
go.
Bringing it out.
All right, wait, let me
Hang on.
get the timer.
Let's slide
I
that
knew I
over
couldn't
here.
do 20,
All right,
but
all
8
right.
He's
felt
in.
like
All right, you ready?
8 felt low. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you a countdown.
There can't be 2 disappointing people in the Connor Happer show thing.
All right.
come on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
There's
They're
one.
so rubbery. I kept them in the warmer.
Yeah.
That's as good as you could do, man. I feel like when she ate them, there was a crisp. There was a crisp to it.
You're 13 seconds in, Josh. Man, I am really getting hungry. This segment is making me hungry.
This was the last of the nuggets, though, Josh.
Okay, yeah. No more competitions after this. I want to eat.
He's not enjoying this.
25
These
seconds.
nuggets are
What is
making me thirsty.
His face is turning red.
Oh, nice reference, Happ. Is this the third nugget right now for him? He's halfway through, by the way. Need to get to 6.
Oh, no.
25
The
seconds.
Connor
remaining.
Happer show has been publicly shamed.
You guys combined aren't even going to set the world record.
No, not even close.
It's the jokes that are killing me.
Yeah, the live commentary probably doesn't help very much.
Josh has also lost the most out of his mouth than anybody else tried.
We're at 5 seconds left. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Man, pathetic.
All right. Josh, get up there.
No. I didn't agree to do this. I know that it's going to be a disaster. I don't want to try.
He just wants the free nuggets.
I do want the free nuggets. So I'm doing this now too.
Yeah.
I got 18 miles to run tomorrow, man.
You can eat dinner tonight still. It's fine.
Wait, let me get my water. The dumbest crossover.
Yeah,
There it is.
Happy
All right,
New
is this
Year.
microphone on?
Happy New Year, by the way, everybody.
All right. I don't have my phone countdown. So
Let me see if I got one here.
Josh Peterson.
I can look at that clock right there.
Yeah, we'll just keep track.
I got my clock right here.
All right, you ready?
Okay.
I'll coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Peterson stepping to the plate and
Look at this
taking
new
the
shirt.
challenge and trying to beat the world record of 20 chicken nuggets.
I'm looking
eaten
handsome.
in
All right.
1
In
minute.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And he's off. 3. Whoa.
Whoa.
No, he
Josh
split
is
him in
up.
half. He split him in half.
See,
Interesting.
that's the product of an Omaha North education right there.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's apparently a good thing.
Yeah, he's already admitted that it's difficult 15 seconds in.
Yeah. We're
He's-
coming up on 30
He
seconds
is
in.
ripping them in half, though, which
That's
I don't mind the strategy.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, don't mind
it's
the
making it
strategy.
smaller. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Now I don't.
I'm not
remember
sure how many nuggets. How many nuggets have you eaten?
I don't know. I forgot to count how many were in the bowl.
How many half nuggets have you eaten? 6? I don't think so. Oh, this is embarrassing. Don't
10
jump like you're
seconds.
Joey Chestnut.
10
You don't
seconds.
deserve it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, he raised his hands like he won a marathon.
I think he ate like 5.
No way. I think I got like 7 or 8.
Well, how many are left in there?
There's like 1, 2, 3.
There's 6.
How many do we think Josh ate?
There's 6 left. I just had one. That's 7. And then Josh had like I don't
4
know.
or 5.
You had one?
I just grabbed one out of there.
Oh, they're very dry.
Yeah.
At a certain point, it's very, very dry. Oh.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
The Great Chicken Nugget Challenge. We should do this once a year or something. Or we should just pick a world record that we think we could beat once every,
I like that idea.
once every few months.
That's not a bad idea at all.
Something that we could do inside the confines of this room.
Andy says, I think Josh P blew you guys out of the water. Yeah, I had a lot of them.
You had a lot of halves.
But I had a lot of fulls then, too. You eat a half, it turns
You had to
into a
have double
whole.
the halves.
We got to watch the tape.
Cartwright Nation says somebody run in with a protest sign and see if they can choke him out.
You would think you had 16 halves. I don't think you had 16.
Yeah, I definitely did. DG the Prophet says that was the saddest attempt I've ever seen. I'm big disappointed in Happer.
Oh my god.
Man, so Happer is still catching strays, even though other people have failed too.
Even though I won.
Oh, man.
There's still 5 chicken nuggets left. John, how fast do you think you could eat these 5 chicken nuggets?
Let's find
All
out.
right, well, might as well.
Might as well. We've all been doing
What's the
it.
number? What's the number? What do you think you could get it done in?
It took him like a minute to do that many.
I mean, a minute
Oh.
is probably safe.
John writes in, this has been entertaining. Thanks for the laugh, guys. Back to work in audio
35
only.
seconds.
All right.
35 seconds.
I can do this in 35 seconds.
Okay.
Many people are saying I won, by the way. Many emailers. Many
But if I can do
commenters.
these in 35 seconds, that would make me the winner.
That would probably make you the winner.
Yeah,
All
I think
right.
yes.
Ready?
I agree
Yeah.
with that.
You run the clock. Or
Oh, yeah, we're watching. I'm watching
All
this
right.
clock.
You,
All right.
you tell me when to go.
And go. So
And
John's
we're
got to
off.
eat these by 2:20. Wow. He's almost breaking the plate.
He dropped one
I almost broke
immediately.
the damn bowl.
He's got to eat all of these by 2:23 and 15 seconds. He's got 25 seconds remaining.
Yep, he's not liking
Plenty
it.
of time.
Oh no, he's
See
confident,
now,
actually.
this is where it was like, oh, if I just take a bunch of smaller bites, I'll be fine. But then suddenly it was like, oh, I have a million chicken nuggets
Your
in my
mouth's
mouth.
smaller than you think it is.
You have
folks.
10 seconds left, John. Yeah, see. Oh man.
It gets so dry so quick.
It does.
And done.
You couldn't even do that. Oh no, we've all been shamed.
Man. We need to get her on the air.
We should.
We need to get her on the
We
air.
should actually do that.
I wonder where she lives.
No, we need to get her boyfriend on.
We should first get her name.
her boyfriend. Oh.
We should. She had an accent, so I don't know
Yeah,
where
she's
she
from
lives.
England.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
she
from
could join
UK.
us in the StreamYard.
There you go.
Do a little video interview with her.
Damn, that was tough.
Leah
It's way harder than you'd expect.
It is.
That's what she said.
Mm.
You know, when you're like driving down the road and mowing these things down.
Yeah, it's easy.
Oh yeah, you're like, I've done that in 5 minutes before. Yeah.
Mike
But
says, "Are you guys eating chalk?" It does. Like at a certain point, it's so dry.
He busted out the sauce
you know
for
what?
the last two.
This
He's gonna actually enjoy them.
best barbecue sauce in the land.
Oh yeah, so much better. That was the key, the barbecue sauce.
Mustache Adam says, "I'd rather see the shows play pickup basketball than doing an eating contest. At least that would be competitive.
Mm.
Would it be?"
I don't think so.
Brett says, "You are all small-throated fools."
Well,
Happer's meme guy. Did Happer try to adjust to the Nuggets, or was Happer hoping the Nuggets would have to adjust to him?
better get us
Scott
now.
Frost continues to take dead straight.
Seriously, poor Scott.
Hey, at least Happ didn't have a hoodie on while he was doing it.
Would have been soft.
Well,
There it was, ladies and gentlemen.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes.
I don't even think between the 5 of us.
We ate 40 chicken nuggets.
Yeah, hey, we ate 40.
Right, but I don't think between the 5 of us we could have. I mean, that now there's the challenge. We take the woman, the world record holder, on the 5 of us together versus her.
20 in 1 minute.
Right.
So we'd each
So
have to eat.
we each have to have 4. I don't know if we could do that.
Oh, that's been proven wrong. I ate 8 in a minute.
By the way, Josh has put up a poll question. Josh, would you like to let the folks know what it is?
At Happer Show on Twitter, bigger disappointment, the Nugget world record attempt or Scott Frost's tenure at Nebraska?
I'm curious to see where the voting ends up on that one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Well, thank you for allowing me this platform, gentlemen.
Oh, no, thank you for volunteering. Thank you, Alyssa, for helping
Yes.
out.
Thank you, Grimace.
As I said before we went on the air, this bid is great because if it works, it's great and we broke a world record. If it fails, it's great because it's hilarious.
Indeed. And it was the latter. And it was the latter.
Oh, I got the meat sweats now.
Yeah, you know what?
I see a bunch of half chicken nuggets in the trash can over here.
That was her mind.
You know what sucks is like they get to go home now and we got to do 3.5
That's true.
hours.
Yeah, I'm super excited to leave.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll be checking the restroom later today. To make sure it's still intact.
Chris texts in, you need to get them soaking wet before you slam them. Yeah, we should have gotten
Man, they
Gross.
are
Gross.
Yeah, seriously, when you eat them normally.
My throat is still dry.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you eat them normally, and I know
don't
you
notice.
use the sauce,
And
but
see, maybe the sauce, big game changer.
Now, what if I would have had a lovely, large McDonald's Diet Coke? Would it have gone better?
Good question.
Perhaps.
Because that's the environment I'm used to eating my chicken nuggets in.
It's a good point. Great point.
Well, I don't know. There's some adjustments to be made.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some adjustments.
Make some adjustments, fire your offensive coordinator and the staff, bring in a bunch of new guys.
Yeah,
What
that's
was-
after the 4th try.
By the way, what was your final number? You got to 8?
He got to 8.
Yeah, I got
Okay, because somebody asked. He did
Yeah.
8. Mustache Adam says, when Happer saw the Nuggets and how they came out in the bowl, did he have to throw out half his playbook? Poor Scott Frost.
They keep writing themselves.
It's
ladies and
really,
gentlemen.
really good.
They keep writing themselves. But I promise you, this will not be the rock bottom of this program. And with that, our lame attempt at history happens here is over.
Indeed, it is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Alyssa, and from Grimace,
From
yes.
Grimace,
From
who is
Power,
not a nugget.
from Power,
Who's not a purple nugget.
yeah.
I thought we learned. What did we learn that Grimace was?
Which he's
A
taste
liver?
bud.
Oh, a taste bud.
It's like, why do the people at McDonald's think that was a good idea? We need a giant Muppet that represents taste buds.
It's a good question, John. Maybe trying to teach kids about taste buds? I have no idea.
If that were the case, it would probably send them to Wendy's instead. All right, we got a busy program today, and we'll get her all started next. So please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're still here.
We're still here. I know this feels like the main event, but there's more to come on 1620 The Zone. Now, friends, don't y'all go nowhere. Barry Trammell's going to try the chicken nugget challenge.
Oh.
Then Baz, then Kent. They're all going to try it.
I love this. Dan will be here soon. Dan, get some nuggets. Bring them in. You can try it too.
Yep, we're all trying it.
Perfect.
It is so typical of the friends of the program to start just lobbing bombs at poor Scott Frost.
Yeah, and the best one came in during the break.
Bart, at least those nuggets made it to a bowl.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Yeah. It's that type of day. Yeah, the latest results right now in the Happer Show poll, bigger disappointment, 57% Scott Frost tenure in Nebraska.
Oh,
versus the Nugget world record attempt.
Oh, man.
You can vote right now on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Man.
It must be a one beer Friday.
Yeah.
It must be a one beer Friday. Barry Trammell's going to join us. We're going to talk some Oklahoma football on Sunday or summer school, Sunday, whatever.
Yeah, either way.
Baz is along at 3:15. Kent, we're going to review the movie Old. Produced and directed by M. Night Shyamalan.
Uh-huh. He was even in it for a few minutes.
Was he?
He's the guy who drove them to the beach. That's M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you ever see Signs? You ever see Signs? Mel Gibson, Joaquin Phoenix, Alien movie? Because he was in that. I think he's in all of his movies.
He does the Alfred Hitchcock thing where he makes a cameo in all of his
in
movies.
all of his movies. Have you seen Old, Josh?
I have.
Yeah.
Doesn't Tarantino makes an appearance in all his movies, doesn't he?
Most of them. Yeah, he might be in all of them. I know he's in. I can think of the roles off the top of my head. I know who he is in Pulp Fiction. I know who he is in Django Unchained. Is he in Bastards? I don't think he is. I just rewatched that recently.
I think he is.
He's obviously in Reservoir Dogs. He's one of the main guys.
Yeah.
At the start. Yeah.
Well, that'll be coming up, Ken. And we're going to also talk Indiana football. Yes, it's a double dose of summer school today in the Big Red Summer School. 402-951-1620. If you want to get in on the program, you can also text us using that same number, 402-951-1620. The J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, as we mentioned, at USC 1620. And the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com and Josh at 1620thezone.com. Craig says, Connor, at least Nebraska football only fails by one score. Those people are pros in practice.
Oh, there were a lot of practice comments. Matt, we looked so good in practice.
He did. I thought he looked really good in practice.
Mm-hmm.
Thought he looked really good in practice.
He just tweeted out a photo. Very funny. Happer did. Gosh.
I hope
the video. I cannot wait to clip some stuff from this later on.
Yeah.
There is some funny stuff in there.
Yeah. Well, we'll share some of the highlights, and of course, that's the best part about being on our YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone TV, is you can actually rewind it and go back and enjoy it several times over. And take copious screenshots.
Yeah, if you are an audio only person, because maybe some of your offices,
because it's always AM radio.
Always AM radio. I do recommend going and rewatching it. It was very, very funny. Very, very funny. TBS, very funny.
Very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny indeed. We didn't get to this yesterday, but were you surprised at the pace of ticket sales for the Aer Lingus Classic?
Like the lack thereof?
Well, according to the press conference they held yesterday, Nebraska fans have purchased close to 9,000 game tickets. Northwestern, slightly more than 3,000. There's a deadline to buy tickets through the schools, which is Monday, and then they'll be available via Ireland's Ticketmaster account.
Oh, that's so
I wonder
exciting.
if Ireland's Ticketmaster account has the same fees as the American Ticketmaster account.
Oh, probably a little more expensive, right?
Well, yeah, because
do I have to buy this in euros?
Well, but aren't the Irish off?
Are they pounds?
Well, are they off the?
No,
that's
that's just England.
That's right. They're all independent countries now.
Bingo.
Yeah, even though they call themselves the UK.
No, I wasn't surprised. I mean, it's still in the post-pandemic world. Everything's increasing in price, so it's probably expensive, or maybe it doesn't fit into people's budgets. And
as we've seen in the comment section today, Nebraska football hasn't been very good. Like, this isn't a big time. Like, it's Northwestern, you know? It's a big
but it's
game.
Ireland. I mean, you're going for the trip.
Oh,
you're not
for
going
sure.
for the opponent.
Do people really want to go to Ireland? Like, is that a country?
I thought so. I mean, there's a lot of people that want to travel to Europe.
Yeah.
And to give them the double dip of Europe and Husker football, I wonder what the early advanced ticket sales were
for Illinois,
for the Illinois trip,
because that was announced in 2019, right? Was that when we were coming back from Colorado, or going out to Colorado?
Yes, going out to Colorado.
Yeah,
it was when we were going out to Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder what it was, and if it was higher, or could have been, or would have been higher.
Probably. I mean, at that point,
well,
I don't know when they went on. It was
so
pre-pandemic, and I guess did they even start selling tickets to that?
That's a great point.
You know,
I
guess
don't
that
know.
was the 20, because that was it was announced in 2019 for 2021, so it wasn't even the pandemic season, if I remember right. But who knows? So no, not really. I thought that those numbers were, pretty fair when you, again, consider the opponent. You're right. Like, it is a trip and you want to go there for the trip, not so much for the game itself. But if Nebraska was a better program right now, I think that like we weren't coming out of a pandemic, I bet that there would have been a lot more interest for it. But I think it would have helped too if it would have been a non-conference game and not,
I
not
agree.
Northwestern.
Yeah, I agree. Also coming up on today's program, I'm sure there'll be a lot more on conference realignment, because that's the subject that never goes away.
Nope.
But also, Matt Masker had some interesting things to say regarding Nebraska's offense.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes,
Get
he
into
did.
some of those things and more with you. A little more reaction to the chicken nugget challenge. The wife texted,
My wife?
That's my kitchen scale.
Yes, it is indeed.
That's our bowl too.
And yeah, the bowl almost broke.
Yeah, I almost dropped the bowl. She said they were watching in the office.
Oh, that's so nice.
We all agree it was a little disappointing.
Yeah, well, yeah. What can you do? Schwartz says it was a winnable game /challenge. It was a winnable game.
I thought it was.
Winnable game.
I thought when you set the line at 9.5, I thought, man, he's going to crush that.
No way. Sorry, Happ. I didn't believe in you.
Well,
but I was proven right.
Let's hope that's the only time that someone around here falls short of the baseline number this year.
Oh boy.
Remember, Vegas only set it at 7.5.
Catching strays again. Steve said, by the way, they did start selling for Illinois. We had planned to go before COVID.
I bet you would have had a bigger turnout for Illinois for a variety of reasons. One, the team, the prospects. Remember, when going into 2019, there were very high prospects for the team.
Yeah.
And COVID.
Yeah.
With travel restrictions. And it's a little more expensive to travel now than it was back in 2019. Hashtag Bidenflation.
Steve texts in 402-951-1620. Northern Ireland is still part of the UK and is affected by Brexit. Ireland is an independent country. Scotland and Wales are part of the UK as well. Do you get all that?
Okay, so Ireland, euro. Everyone else,
not euro.
Pounds, not euro.
Quid.
Pounds.
They call it pound, quid. What other names do they have for their money?
Is the quid, is that like coins?
I thought quid was just a nickname for it.
Oh, is it?
I have no idea.
Like greenbacks?
That's what I thought. That's how I always
like
quid.
Lettuce.
I think quid
like
is a fun.
Kizash?
Like, hey, John, you want $5 to go get some McDonald's? I think that's a fun way to save money. But,
quid is defined as a 1 pound sterling. Using it in a sentence, we paid him 400 quid.
So I was going to say, so it's coins, but I don't think anyone wants 400 coins. So I think it's just another form of a dollar,
cool.
basic, like a
dollar. A quid is a term used to replace the term pound and is currently equal to $12.34 American.
Oh, so it's like a little more than a $10 bill. I have no idea.
It's a tenner.
Yeah. Chris says you guys should do T-shirts for this. Tons of opportunities. Was that about the Happer thing or something else?
Good.
We can make some shirts.
Joel says, what are the mystery metrics Connor needs to meet during the next Nugget Challenge?
Good question. Very good question. Very good question.
Yeah, it is. I think the new metrics are if he can't do it by October the 1st, then his salary gets reduced to $25.
Oh no,
yeah.
Happ, come on, man, you got to get on that.
Yeah.
It's only a few months away.
Yeah, so.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that date, we're talking, as you mentioned, 2 schools in Big Red Summer School today. Indiana is the second one that we're talking
Indiana's
about.
the second one.
And that's when the buyout goes down.
That's the date, the magic date,
Uh-huh.
October the 1st.
Mm-hmm.
When the buyout goes down and the contract changes.
Yeah, it's a night game. Oh, man.
And there's some interesting
Oh, boy.
similarities between the 2 schools, other than they both wear red.
Oh.
Yeah. And we'll talk about that with our correspondent from Indiana 24/7.
Matthew Weaver.
But that'll be coming up later in the program. But coming up next, Barry Trammell, the Oklahoman. Let's talk Sooner football. Will Sooner Magic return to Memorial Stadium, or will the Huskers invoke the sweet, sweet memory of Matt O'Hanlon and pick off Oklahoma 3 times?
Oh, and then 5 total interceptions?
And then 5 total and win 9-6.
That would be awesome.
I'd go for a 9-6 game.
Would you?
Yep.
Well, the under would hit.
Yes, it would. Just like Connor's Nuggets
Would
did.
Frost do? Yes. Would Frost be like Bo Pelini leaving and like run and jump up and lift up his arm? You remember that Bo picture?
Yeah, probably.
He was excited.
I would be too.
Oh, me too.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone. It is time to go to summer school. And of course, the game that many people have circled red on their calendar, for more reasons than one, is the fourth game of the season. Fourth game of the season. And that would be the return trip of the Oklahoma Sooners into Memorial Stadium. It is the first time since the Matt O'Hanlon game,
It
isn't
is
it?
indeed.
In 2009. Wow.
I was
no,
there that
2010.
night. No, 2009. In Lincoln, it's the first game since 09. And then they played in the conference title game in 10.
That's right. For some reason, I had it put like they were on the same year, but
I
no,
was
that
at
is
both.
true. I was too. And it was quite the atmosphere. And it'll
Oh,
be quite
yeah.
the atmosphere for Big Noon Kickoff.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It is Big Noon Kickoff.
Let's do some 11 a.m. football. We know how much it made the Sooner fans happy last year.
Oh,
It was
they were
11
pumped.
a.m. kickoff.
They
Well,
were-
it's not quite as angry as Husker fans aren't quite as angry about it, but they're still not very happy. Barry Trammell, the great columnist from the Oklahoman, joins us in summer school. How you doing, Barry?
I'm doing well. How's things in Nebraska?
Not bad. A little warm and muggy like it always is in July.
I actually looked at the temperature in Omaha early in the afternoon. It was 80, I think, or 77. 77. 98 here and going to be 104. So we're broiling.
Yeah, we'll take the 77, I think.
Yeah.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
We'll take that. I saw something you tweeted earlier this week, and it was part of a column you did because Oklahoma did not get anyone on the first team all-conference, preseason all-conference, except for a punter. And you mentioned something about how Brent Venables maybe inherited a starless team. Do you think stars will develop as the season, or could this be a successful MO for a coach who, unlike his predecessor, isn't as flashy as Lincoln Riley?
Well, I assume somebody is going to come to the top and at least make all conference, for crying out loud. But it's sort of a different kind of Oklahoma roster. The truth of the matter is Bob Stoops recruited his butt off, and he handed Lincoln Riley a great team in 17. Lots of senior leadership, a lot of stars, a lot of young players who would go on to become stars and high draft picks and all that. Ever since Lincoln Riley was a phenomenal coach, but his recruiting just seemed to get a little bit worse every year. And there's nothing you could really notice with the naked eye unless you studied the results. But all of a sudden we get to 2022 and Lincoln Riley's in Los Angeles, and there's not a standout player. There's a lot of good players, which you'd expect, but there's nobody that the NFL draft people are going goo-goo over, and there's not anybody that you would immediately say, he got snubbed on the preseason team. So it's an interesting team. I don't know that the talent level between Oklahoma and Nebraska is quite as vast as maybe what everybody thinks it might be.
Barry, where would you say is the biggest question mark in terms of like personnel groups?
Personally, I think the offensive line wasn't very good last year, and I don't see a ton of reason to be optimistic about this team. They didn't really move people off the ball that well. They didn't protect Spencer Rattler or Caleb Williams all that well. Caleb Williams was successful when he replaced Rattler because he was so mobile, able to avoid the rush, make all kinds of big plays with his feet. But that offensive line needs to sort of get in gear for this Oklahoma offense to be anything like the Sooner standard.
And, of course, it's all going to be blocking for a new quarterback because not only did Oklahoma lose one, they lost both their top two quarterbacks after the departure of Lincoln Riley to Southern California. And they go into the transfer portal, as a lot of teams have. Nebraska, in fact, all the teams we're talking about today. Indiana does.
Yep.
Nebraska has. Now Oklahoma has by bringing in a new quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. How do you think he's going to mesh up with a new offense, or at least a new offensive coordinator? Jeff Lebby is back. But how do you think that combination will work together, and how does it look compared to what we've seen in recent years when Lincoln Riley had, Baker Mayfield and had
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I think I think Gabriel's going to be a good quarterback. Heck, I guess he could be a great quarterback. I went and looked at, Spencer Rattler. He quarterbacked 15 games and went. He went 17. He quarterbacked 17 games, went 15-2, and was sort of lost his job and sort of hooted out of the job by the fans. And I went and looked at Dillon Gabriel's 17 comparable games. When you're at Central Florida, the scheduling's not terribly even, but I was able to throw out, 3, 4, 5, 6. I forgot how many games he started for the Knights, but throw out a few of those games. And in the comparably scheduled as best you can, Rattler had better numbers. So I don't know that he's going to reverse the quarterback decline when you go from Baker to Kyler Murray to Jalen Hurts, Rattler, and Caleb Williams. Mayfield's an all-time great, Kyler Murray's an all-time great, and Jalen Hurts was the runner-up in the Heisman. So the standard's been pretty high. I don't think Dillon Gabriel is likely to get there, but he's not. He also might be their best player. The receivers are okay. The tailbacks, there's no standout that I see. So, they may have to scheme their way to some good offense. Oklahoma's, for 8 years with Lincoln Riley, they did a great job of posting huge numbers and incredible yards. But, I think they're going to try to have to win a different way this year, maybe.
Yeah, and arguably you could say, you can go all the way back to the beginning of Bob Stoops' tenure when Mike Leach brought the air raid in 99. Since that moment moving forward, and I know there was a few ebbs and flows in the middle of that run where maybe the offense wasn't quite as dynamic, but Oklahoma always has seemed in the last 20 years to kind of be on that cutting edge offensively, scheming their way in terms of talent to a lot of wins. Do you think the offense has a different look about it this year?
Yeah, the Jeff Lebby offense is going to look different. Lebby came to Oklahoma as a player in 2002 when they were still running the air raid. He quickly had an injury and had to retire from football, became a student coach, finished out his undergrad days at OU, helping out, and then went into the business. But he really learned his football coaching chops at Waco with Art Briles, who became his father-in-law. So Jeff Lebby's offense is more of the Baylor family, which has some similarities, but the alignments and the tempos and those things are vastly different than the Lincoln Riley offense. So it's going to look a little bit different. I think Lincoln Riley got away from the up-tempo quite a bit. I think Levy's going to try to go up-tempo as much as possible. And sometimes that's, can put the defense on edge. We'll see if the offense can maintain efficiency by doing that, but that's the plan at least. So it's going to be a different Oklahoma offense. Another thing to think of, you guys mentioned it, OU, for whatever you thought of the quarterbacking last year, they had 2 quarterbacks that when they went on the open market, all kinds of people wanted them.
Mm-hmm.
If Caleb Williams or Spencer Rattler is your backup, you're in pretty good shape. They don't really have anything backing up Dillon Gabriel. That would be a disaster if he were to get hurt. So they might have to try to limit him in terms of his running. He's a pretty good runner, but you can't get him hurt, because if he's hurt, the season goes off the cliff. So it's going to be a different offensive year for OU. There's not any question about that.
Barry, looking at the other side of the ball, I'm curious as to what you think of the pieces that Brent Venables is going to have. From like the outside looking at it, it seems like there might be some talented young guys, and then they, as John mentioned earlier with the quarterback spot, really dipped into the transfer portal, and it looks like quite a few players out of the group of 5 on the defensive side of the ball. What do you see with that defensive group from the broadest perspective?
Well, here's what I would say about OU's defense. They were just so-so last year. Texas and Casey Thompson primarily put up 48 points on them.
Mm-hmm.
OSU put up 37. Although one was a kickoff. In fairness, one was a kickoff return. So let's say 30 by OSU. Kansas State was successful. Kansas dominated the game in Lawrence against them, scored 23 points, but that's still a crazy number for Kansas. This was not a great – Tulane scored 35 and scared him to death. This was not a very good defense. It was about the sixth best defense in the Big 12. And then 5 of those guys went to the NFL, 5 drafted off that defense. If somebody wants to tell me how they're going to be better on defense, there's only one answer, and it's not transfers from Louisville and Wyoming. It's got to be Brent Venables and his coaching chops. Maybe he can do it. I don't know. He's a heck of a defensive coach. Maybe he's got the mentality, the enthusiasm, all those things will gel, and the young guys will develop, and they'll be much better on defense. But there's not a lot of great optimism among what I would say rational people. I don't see how they can take a big defensive jump. So, I think Venables is going to develop a really good defense eventually. He and Stoops, the brothers Stoops, in 2000 produced a fabulous defense. In their second year, the first year in Norman, they were just so-so on defense. So it takes a while to impact or to install defensive culture and defensive mindset and those things. So if Venables is a whiz, maybe this defense can be better, but that's going to be a tough ask for what it looks to me to be a defense that's lost a lot of talent.
Barry Trammell of the Oklahoman, you mentioned Venables and the fingerprints he can put on the defense. This is his first go-around as a head coach. We've seen it up close and personal here in Nebraska, and it wasn't Frost's first go-around as a coach, but, having your feet in 2 different ponds, if you will, trying to be the head coach, but also coordinate the offense. Does Venables have a challenge on his hands as he tries to adjust to his first head coaching job of being the global perspective head coach while also being able to, do his magic on the defensive side?
Well, I don't know. It's possible that he struggles with that. Lincoln Riley did not. Lincoln Riley was the offensive coordinator at OU. When he became the head coach, he stayed running the offense. Everything went smooth. Venables has hired a defensive coordinator, Ted Roof, the longtime defensive guy. Has been all over the place, Georgia Tech, Duke, lots of places, and has done a good job. So he actually has a little bit more reinforcement than Lincoln had. But you never know. The one thing that sort of makes everybody feel good in Norman is that, OU, except for one time since World War II, OU has always gone this model. They go hire a young, Venables is 50. He seems young to us that remember him from Kansas State days. But hire a highly respected, really sharp assistant coach who has not been floating around, a guy that just got with good programs and helped them build, and waited on the right job. It worked great for Riley. It worked great for Stoops. It worked great with Fairbanks, with Switzer. It just Bud Wilkins, all the way back to Bud Wilkinson. So the method, it's tried and true. They've had some misses. John Blake was a miss. But I think there's a lot of confidence in Venables, and I think there's a lot of belief in him, and I would put myself in that camp. I just don't know if he can do it in year one because the portal was not kind to OU. They lost more than they brought in terms of talent. Brought in quite a bit of defense, lost a lot of offense. So we'll see how it goes. But I do think Venables is the right guy for the job. He's perfect for the Oklahoma model, and that it's almost always worked for 70 years. I don't know why it would stop working now.
And that was going to lead me right into my next question, Barry, because watching from afar, I remember just the wildness of those few days when Lincoln Riley surprised everybody by basically pulling a Baltimore Colts and leaving at midnight. And And then, a few days later, here comes Brent Venables, and there was obviously a lot of high emotions down in Norman with the fan base. It seemed like, at least to me, and this is again outside perspective, that the Venables hire kind of settled down the resentment and the anger. I mean, there was still anger, but at least it galvanized the fan base and got people excited again about the future. But what do you think it did for the locker room and for the players that did stay behind? Do you think that the hire is going to, keep the locker room stable, because you got a lot of Lincoln Riley guys still in there?
Yeah, I think so. Venables, I mean, you guys have been around quite a while. You remember from Big 8, maybe from Big 8, I don't know, but from Big 12 days, Venables is sort of a contagious personality.
Yeah.
Everybody likes him. Everybody gets fired up about him. He's one of those, neck bulging, rah guys, but he's not a phony. He's pretty authentic, down to earth, but high energy. I think he's won over the players. Lincoln was low key. He was not terribly involved in the defense. So I don't know that the defensive guys, sometimes they may not even know he's gone. They just know that a new defensive staff's in there. I don't think that's going to be a problem. With the portal, if you're really a Lincoln Riley guy, guess what? You can go with him. And he took 3 guys with him. 3 guys went to USC, including Caleb Williams, and, the outstanding freshman receiver that he had brought in. So it's the guys that were really loyal to Lincoln are probably gone. Venables is the kind of guy that can get everybody excited. Now, once, they start playing and all of a sudden somebody's not playing, you're not so fired up about your coach, and that definitely could happen and will happen. But I don't think that's going to be an issue, just because this is not Howard Schnellenberger, who's coming in without a clue on how to deal with people. Brent's pretty good with people, so I think that'll. Brent's problem is not personalities, and I don't think it's spirit or anything like that. I just wonder if he's got enough high quality players to beat the teams he needs to beat.
Barry, before we let you go, we had you on about a year ago at this time when we were discussing Oklahoma and Texas surprising us all moving to the SEC. What's it been like watching the newest iteration of conference realignment over the last week or so, from maybe a different perspective this summer?
Well, just trying to figure out what the Big Ten expansion means.
Yeah.
For the Big 12 and the SEC. Got to worry about both of those now. I have enough trouble keeping up with one league. Now I got to keep up with 2. But, the SEC, does this mean the SEC, are they playing tennis, just knocking the ball over the net to each other? I'm hopeful that Notre Dame sort of tells the Big Ten, everybody just hold that. We're going to stay where we're at for a while, for maybe a good long while. Everybody just hold their horses. If Notre Dame will stay put, I think everything's going to stabilize on the SEC and Big Ten front. I don't think either one of them wants to go beyond 16 right now. They would if it means Notre Dame.
Yep.
But, or say the SEC could get Clemson, which I don't think they can because of the grant of rights. But I don't know that either league is ready to take somebody that maybe is like not an A-list team. I don't know that the Big Ten wants Oregon or Stanford or the SEC wants Florida State or whoever, Oklahoma State, whoever it might be. I don't know. But I don't think I don't think they want to do that right now. I think they want to see what's going on. And if they do, I think it'll stabilize. And then what we'll have is, does that mean the Big 12? Big 12 actually in better shape than it was. A year ago, it was on the brink of disaster, brink of falling apart. And now the roles have been reversed. Now it's the Pac-12 that could fall apart. Big 12 has talked to 4 schools about coming over. Conceivably, there's 6 schools that would consider coming to the Big 12. I don't think that'll happen. I don't think it'll happen soon, even if it does happen. But it's sort of cool that the Big 12 has found its legs enough that it's not on the endangered species list anymore. That's the league out west. So I give props to the Big 12 for sort of finding a little bit of foundation and firmness to at least carry on and see what the future holds.
Speaking of endangered species, is Bedlam one of those things, or have they talked about what could the future of Bedlam would be in a couple of years?
Yeah, when OU announced its move in private and in public, they were very, very quick to say, we want to keep playing OSU. We want to keep playing OSU. I don't know if you could believe them then. I don't know if you can believe them now. It's probably PR. The people who run college sports do a very poor job of it. They sacrifice really cool things in the name of sometimes money and sometimes just stupidity. If the SEC adopts a 9-game schedule, which I sort of think it will, but I don't know for sure. If the SEC adopts a 9-game schedule, I have a hard time seeing Bedlam played. I don't think Oklahoma wants to give up its national scheduling model where it has a marquee game every year, like the Nebraska game this year is a perfect example. And I also don't think the Sooners want to play 2 Power 5 opponents in non-conference every year. So if they go with 9-game conference schedule, I'm afraid we're going to see the suspension of the Bedlam series, which would be a disaster. It had gotten to be a really good rivalry, entertaining games when Nebraska left the conference. Since then, it's only gotten better. Bedlam's become a national brand. Now, it's not because it's terribly even. OU dominates, but the games are almost always great and high scoring and crazy. Game day's been to Bedlam 4 times, I think, in the last 15 years. By far the most common game day pick for ESPN in the Big 12 is Bedlam, even more than OU Texas. So it's just I fear it might be a byproduct, but you know what? Heck, we got rid of OU Nebraska. We got rid of Texas A&M Texas. We got rid of Brigham Young Utah. We got rid of West Virginia Pitt.
Kansas, Missouri.
The people who run the sport, they don't care about those kinds of things. And at some point, they're going to be holding a stack of cards, and nobody's going to be at the table because everybody's left and said, you know what, just have this. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope they keep playing, but I'm afraid they might not.
Always an insightful conversation with
Indeed.
Barry Trammell of the Oklahoma. Barry, we appreciate it. Thank you much. And we'll try to send some of our quote unquote cooler weather your way.
It's going to be it's going to be 102 today, and the wind's out of the north, for crying out loud. Hey, it's crazy.
It's all that hot air from Kansas.
I guess that's right. But good luck to the Huskers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Take care. Barry Trammell of the Oklahoman.
Couple comments real quick before we talk to Bass. Text message from Johnny says, are we taking the under on OU's win total? Geez, it sounds like Oklahoma won't win a game by listening to that. Ross emails in, their whole defensive 2 deep is 4 and 5-star players. Don't let Trammell fool you. Lebby and that offense will go fast, and that will take pressure off the offensive line. Lebby and Gabriel obviously knew each other well since they were together at UCF.
Yes, Chris Basnett's joining us next. Just found out that Tim Griffin has passed away.
Yeah.
Tim Griffin, a longtime college football writer for the San Antonio Express News, was a longtime guest on this program for a long time, with Kevin, going back to Kevin and Bob Bruce, actually.
And I remember when I listened to him when I was just a listener of the show. I know you did too.
Yeah,
he was always so kind to me when I booked him, when I was a producer. And then when we had him on, he was always super duper nice.
Yeah, he had announced here recently on Twitter that they had one further examination, and unfortunately the cancer had spread, and it looked like there was no more treatment they could do. And they announced earlier today that Tim had passed away. So rest in peace, Tim Griffin, San Antonio Express News. Great college football writer, great correspondent covering Big 12 country, and he will be missed.
Indeed.
Chris Basnett, our Friday friend, next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. We were just talking about it with Barry Trammell. The weather up here certainly sounds a whole lot better than the weather down in Norman. And if you are looking to do something fun this weekend to enjoy mid 80s in early July, holy moly, high 60s tomorrow morning as the sun rises. 402-498-0220. Give Miracle Hill a call today. Find out about the available tee times for tomorrow. It will be a little toastier on Sunday, but still very, very comfortable, much more comfortable than some of those days that we had last month in mid-June. And if you have gotten out the sticks, which I imagine that you haven't enjoyed yourself, maybe your driver is giving you fits, your putting is horrible right now, whatever it is, Mike Faubert, their director of instruction, he can help you out, whether it's off the tee, whether it is on the green, or anything in between. I've mentioned a lot lately, we've been focused a whole lot on the short game for yours truly over the last couple of months, whether it is actually on the green in my putting or whether it's with my wedges, 9-iron, whatever it is. He has helped me make more improvements with my game. 402-498-0220. Find out about tee time and lesson availability today. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street. Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Chris Basnett joining us from the Lincoln Journal Star, HuskerExtra.com.
Have you ever had a show that you loved to join, held them close to your heart like a commemorative coin? Let me tell you a story of my situation. I used to join the best show in the U.S. nation, but all of a sudden, some youngin' came to be and stole all my thunder at 1620. His golf sure's a dope he wouldn't hesitate to lend. The boys at Unsportsmanlike Conduct told me he was just a friend. You got what I need.
He's just such a natural.
But you say Chris is just a friend. But you say Chris is just a friend. Oh, baby, you.
I think the sky's the limit.
You got what I need.
I don't know if you learn a lot of these things.
But you say Chris is just a friend. You say Chris is just a friend.
It was perfectly boring.
All right, Baz, go ahead and say it. I mean, I know you've been waiting to shame Connor and everybody for trying the chicken nuggets. I'm sure you're got some smart ass comment you want to make.
I don't wait to shame Connor. I just do it on a daily basis. Usually,
that's a good point.
There's no waiting.
I mean, he really.
It's embarrassing. Like we don't need to take it any further than that. It's embarrassing for him. It's embarrassing for you. It's embarrassing for the community of Omaha.
I agree.
Oh, Omaha, the entire community. Wow.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, hard to argue with that.
Big city guy making big city claims and can't even get halfway there. What are we doing?
Yeah, living on a prayer.
Oh, yeah, we are living on a prayer. He better be living on a prayer.
Well, he's probably praying over the porcelain god right now.
Oh,
That's what I mean, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah.
It was pretty difficult. I will give it that.
Dude, those things are a lot drier than you'd expect.
Yeah. You know, there's not a lot of juice inside them old chicken McNuggets.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
did you have to hit the dump button on that?
No. No.
Maybe you should have.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, you're telling me to hit the dump button?
Yeah.
Literally your first guest appearance, you had to hit the dump button.
As someone who's well versed in the dump button, I think I'm pretty good about knowing when to hit the dump button should be hit.
Oh, hard to argue with that. Hard to argue with that.
Are you excited to be able to identify players as either an edge or a Nick?
A Nick Grimm?
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, I need more of it. We need to bring back Sam and Will while we're at it.
What about Peso? Remember the Peso with Bo Pelini?
Yeah, the Peso.
I love Peso.
Yeah, that'd be great. Why don't we just name every position after a different currency?
Yeah, you got the Euro. Well, hey, they're playing in Ireland.
Are they on the Euro over there?
What did we learn, Josh, when we Googled?
They're independent from Britain, so they are
using the Euro. Okay,
yeah, they got the Euro.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay. So you could have a Euro.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's like the position like that JoJo Doman played, kind of a hybrid. He's the Euro.
Yeah. This week,
the German mark.
It was nice. It was
the Russian ruble.
The yen.
The yen.
This was definitely one of those summer weeks, Baz, where it's like, okay, we're getting just the dregs of topics because it's like, hey, here are attendance numbers for the game in Ireland, and also guys are taller and fatter and skinnier, and their position groups have changed names. It's like, oh, cool. It's definitely July.
Yeah, it's that week for sure where you're dragging the bottom of the barrel. So of course, like something enormous is probably going to happen at about 4:58 today that none of us are expecting. Like Nebraska's joining the SEC or something like that.
I'm going to tweet out Baz promises big breaking news at 4:58. Let's see what happens.
Please do. Yeah,
it'd be really disappointing and shameful if it didn't happen.
Chicken nuggets than Happer in a minute.
Yeah, we found out Baz drove down to Lincoln and actually broke the record in Lincoln.
I'm actually the record holder. Surprise.
But what did you make of like Teddy Prohaska, for example? He's
taller.
How does one grow taller? I don't know about you, but and this is not a Nebraska thing. So please do not accuse me of hating on Nebraska because everybody does it, from basketball to volleyball to football. But we love to fudge with the numbers on the old media guy.
It's probably like of all the funny, weird things that happen in college football, that's probably like a top 3 thing. It is like, oh, Teddy Prohaska is 6'10" and 472 pounds now. Like, oh, really? That's cool. He was like 6'9", 305 like less than a year ago. How'd that happen? So no, it's like like you said, everybody does it, so I guess it doesn't really matter. And like the truth hasn't mattered for years now in any part of life. So it's like, I don't know, it is what it is. And I just hope, like, if you're gonna do it, like, I want somebody to just go completely over the top. Like, yeah, our left tackle is now 7'6" and 600 pounds. Let's just do that.
Yeah, all that stuff is fake. Like, they do that with NBA players too. You know, Kevin Durant is over 7 foot, but they don't say he's over 7 foot because I don't know why he doesn't want to be known as a 7-footer.
That's weird. Yeah, like I'm a 42-year-old bald guy, so I don't really care. Like I'm 5'10" and I weigh 160 pounds. Like I have no need to fudge the numbers. But I certainly don't know why these guys need to fudge the numbers when they're already 6'8", 305 or whatever Teddy is or was or could be.
You can learn it from their conference. It's called the Big Ten, and yet there's going to be 16 teams. So we're all lying about everything these days.
Maybe like their NIL logos will have like their height and weight in, like the Big Ten used to have the 16 in it or whatever.
Yes, great idea.
It's probably true. You know, we were talking it through yesterday, Baz, you know, how they're going to work the schedules with 16 teams. And I know I'm Mr. Old Guy. I don't like change. But it makes even more sense now to me to keep divisions because you can move the two California teams into the West, slide Purdue over to the East. On paper, those look like really two good balanced divisions.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just don't know how it's feasible with the number of teams. It's not feasible now with 14 teams. However many teams there are in the Big Ten. Like look at the schedule Nebraska's played since they've joined the Big Ten, playing Ohio State, you know, however many times, and only playing Michigan a certain amount of times, or Indiana, whatever. So it's not a tenable schedule model now. How is it going to be even easier to do when you're adding more teams? So, yeah,
well, actually, Baz, what you could do, and this was my idea, was all right. So you got the two 8-team divisions. You're playing 7 teams in your division.
Mm-hmm.
You play 2 crossovers every year.
Mm-hmm.
You could rotate through all 8 teams in 4 years.
Yeah. See, you got it figured out.
Thank you.
Call Kevin Warren.
Hashtag math.
Let's call Kevin. You got Kevin's number? Let's call him up.
He's at Wimbledon. Just dial Wimbledon.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably still in Wimbledon.
Come take the courtity phone. Baz, this is the first time we've talked to you since this news. What I guess when you first saw it, was your reaction from like the broadest college football perspective? Did you think about it from the Big Ten perspective? Did you think about it from the Nebraska perspective? Like, what was your initial reaction when the news broke last week?
Yeah, probably like everybody else, the initial reaction was just you're kind of taken aback by it, I think. And then I think, you know, for me, it went to kind of the national side of it, because you see that, we saw Oklahoma and Texas going to the SEC. So in my mind, I kind of went to, okay, what's next? You know, is the Big Ten going to keep adding? Is the SEC now going to counter? What's Notre Dame going to do? And all those sorts of things. I mean, it is what it is for Nebraska. It's 2 more teams in the conference. It means you got a couple more long plane rides going west instead of east. So to me, it's just, what is college football going to look like as a whole? You know, it's pretty clear we're on the road to, you know, 3 or 4 just super conferences, super divisions, whatever you want to call them, and probably a college football playoff that includes just those teams, and probably an expanded college football playoff at some point. So I think that's how you have to look at it in my mind. And I certainly think that's how the Big Ten's looking at it. That's how the SEC is looking at it, is from a broader college football perspective, because it's how can you make your brand more viable on a national level when it comes to TV exposure, media rights deals, when it comes to a college football playoff. And you know, it's just damn the torpedoes when you come to the other sports, the Olympic sports, whether it's baseball or women's soccer or whatever. It's football pulls the train. We know that. And if you can make yourself a national brand and compete on a national level with literally billions of dollars at stake, then you better find a way to do it.
You think it puts more pressure? I know they're not going to play for a couple more years. And even then, we're not guaranteed when we're going to see USC or UCLA. But do you think this puts even more pressure now on coaches like Scott Frost, because the money is going to go way up, which means there's going to be more money out there for buyouts, theoretically?
Yeah, it's a great question. Does it put more pressure on them, or does it put less pressure on them? Because, like you said, if they get fired, Scott Frost might be getting a really big buyout in a few years if you last that long. So
I can see it going either way. I think, look, if you coach at that level, you're a maniacal competitor and you want to win and all those sorts of things. But maybe it's a little bit easier to take the buyout when the buyout's, $50 million or whatever the number ends up being a few years from now. I don't know. So yeah, there's always, I think, going to be that pressure to win. I don't know that changes based on how many teams are in your conference or what type of programs are in your conference, but maybe it gets a little easier to walk away if that buyout check gets a little bigger here in a few years.
Chris Basnett, who fought through great disappointment to join us today on the program.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Extreme disappointment.
I am too. I mean, I invested a lot of time and even some money to make this happen. And I mean, I kind of feel like a guy who bought into a thoroughbred thinking I was going to, be able to be in the winner's circle at Churchill Downs.
Barbaro.
And it turns out instead I'm standing outside of the horse ambulance waiting for the remains.
Yeah.
Getting some glue.
You're at the glue factory.
Yeah.
Where you are.
That's exactly.
What would Connor's thoroughbred name be?
Oh,
ooh,
that's a good question. That's a poll question, Josh.
That's a poll question, Josh.
I guess it's not. We don't have the option. It's just the question. I guess it's a good question though. Pass.
Think on it. I'll think of one too and tweet it at you guys.
All right, perfect.
Choking Nuggets.
There it is.
Choking Nugget.
Choking Nugget. Choking Nugget pulls up lane and turn 3. Now they got the tarp out.
Up, here comes
There's
the
the rifle.
Here comes the marshal with
There's
the rifle.
the rifle.
Oh, they're not even going to get the tarp out.
They're just going to do it right in front of everybody.
The kids.
You know what? He deserved it for that performance.
Oh.
Chris Basnett, our Friday friend from the Lincoln Journal Star, HuskerExtra.com. Take care, Baz. Thank you.
Bye, Baz.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
Chris Basnett.
What the hell is wrong with us?
I don't know what's wrong with us.
Brandon says Happer's name should be Major Disappointment. Okay, I'm going to say it before everybody else does. Just name it his horse Scott Frost. There. Got it.
All right,
Okay,
fine.
we're done.
We're done.
We're all done here.
We're done dogpiling on Frost. Jeez.
I mean, until the football season.
Still to come. Kent's Movie Club is round the corner, and we'll have that in mere moments. Here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for Brookside Medical Clinic. Connor's not the only disappointment that can happen in life. Sometimes the little Connor isn't working like he should, and, well, you need to take a pill to make sure that little Connor is awake when you want little Connor to be awake. But the problem is that sometimes when you take the pill, you got to wait. You got to wait for little Connor to wake up. And there's side effects when you take a pill. Well, you can take little Connor and yourself to the advanced wave technology available at Brookside Medical Clinic, because it's been shown by Cambridge and the Cleveland Clinic to restore and regrow blood vessels. That helps improve blood flow down there to little Connor and restore your normal erectile function. If you call Brookside now at 402-671-7777, you can get a free blood flow ultrasound and consultation. That's right, free. And they'll add in an extra special gift sure to help little Connor in the bedroom. 402-671-7777 for Brookside Medical Clinic. Call them today. Brookside, 402-671-7777.
Text message.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Coming in, Jace or Todd. McDonald's has a new 2-piece nugget kids meal. The Happer meal. Oof. Oof. Brandon says Happer's name, I believe he means for the horse, should be Major Disappointment.
James says Happer's horse name should be 12 remaining.
Oh, man. Man. Travis says Connor can't perform Happer. Whew.
Whew. And then
sorry, Hap.
Casey Mike's mom.
Oh,
every position is a currency. I am very interested in the dong position.
Amazing Daniel made a similar joke. I think if we get Luke Reimer in at the drachma,
yeah,
we just need a big body playing opposite at the dong spot.
Yep.
We'll shut people down all season. Yeah, Google dong currency. I dare you.
It is the official currency of
Happy
Vietnam.
Friday. Yeah.
So there.
Uh-huh.
You sickos thinking that we were talking with innuendos.
With your little Connors, as you were just discussing.
Talking about. All right.
The
well,
Happer meal. That is funny. That is funny. My goodness. Ooh.
Yikes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we were a little long on the last couple of segments, so we're going to catch up, and we want to get to Kent on time because Kent and I are both old. You know, I'm thinking Josh picked this movie literally just to troll us.
I swear to God, I did.
Oh yeah.
Wait, old people or us as a collective show?
Us, me, and Kent.
No, definitely no. Sipple is who I was trolling. Not
as soon as I saw that movie selection, I thought Josh doesn't really want to watch this movie. He just wants.
I just want to make the jokes.
He just wants to make the jokes and the stupid noise.
I do have a screenshot. I've had it on my computer since the trailer came out a long time ago, back in I think it was the 2021 Super Bowl. Let me see, when did I save it? Yeah, February 7th, 2021. I have a screenshot of the title, Old. And every now and then I'll tweet it and I'll tag Sipple. So I'll do that again right now.
Okay. Kent will join us in the movie club next on 1620 The Zone.
The crash blocking the right shoulder on eastbound I-80 at 72nd. It's got slow-moving traffic back from 680. The crash also has the right shoulder blocked on southbound 20th at L Street. And then if you're headed north on the JFK, slow going from Q Street to L Street. If you're south on the JFK, slow going from Chandler to Childs. I'm Mike Neville.
Heading to a cookout with family or friends? Heading home from a ball game? Or heading no place in particular on a random weekday? All seems like great reasons to head over to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Hey, it's Damon Benning from Sharp and Benning in the Morning. Ice cream on a hot summer day or night is awesome. And ice cream from Ted and Wally's is even awesomer. Yes, it's a word. You know me. I make them up, but not this time. Cones, cups, pints, quarts, even half gallons to go. Head to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Celebrating more than 35 years, 2 locations, Benson and the Old Market. Visit tedandwallys.com.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
IBEW has immediate openings for residential electricians. You'll receive top pay, fully funded family health care, retirement benefits, and up to a $1,000 sign-up bonus. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 now.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, Investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats. Dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people. Small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Tired of high meat prices? We are too. 20 ribeyes for $40. Huge truckload meat sale is back. 20 ribeyes. Yes, 20 ribeye steaks for just $40. This is an insane deal, folks. Plus, crazy half-price bulk deals on premium steak, chicken, seafood, and pork. All payments accepted. Cash, credit, debit, and yes, EBT. Look for the big truck and big tent and signs that say 20 ribeyes for $40. Huge truckload meat sale. 2 locations in the parking lot at Oakview Mall by Dillard's and at Westroads by JCPenney's. We'll see you there on Facebook and Instagram at Essential Food Sales.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
Summer is here, and if you have a gotta get it done this year project, trust the official exterior experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction. Call them for a free estimate on roofing, siding, windows, or even solar. They're close by with 3 locations in Nebraska, including Lincoln, Grand Island, and Omaha. Need financing? J-Tech offers 0% interest for 60 months. Call 402-261-3682 or go online to yourexteriorexperts.com. J-Tech Construction, Nebraska's exterior expert.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the Progrum Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before.
Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Yeah, he did. He picked it because he was making fun of us senior citizens.
Just Sipple. Not you, not Kent. Just Sipple.
Yeah.
Just Sipple.
Kent, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I've got the rest of today and stop at Zoo Fest tomorrow night, and then I am on vacation.
Are you
Yeah.
going up to Minnesota this year like you sometimes do?
Not this one, but I will be later.
Awesome.
My mom's birthday is Monday, so I'm going to beautiful western Nebraska.
Oh, Kearney?
West of Kearney, Beavis.
Axtell? Holdridge? All right, now that's Ogallala. That's Western Nebraska.
Didn't you listen to the podcast with Jack Mitchell? And
I
learn
did,
all
but
about
I
Kent's,
forgot where he's from. I did listen to that great podcast. Curtis, that's right.
Yeah. Curtis, Nebraska. How old is mom going to be this year?
Mom will be 94.
Whoa!
Nice.
Hell yeah!
That is great.
Good for her.
That is great.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, wow. Look at what you did. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. How old's your mom, Kent? All right, now time to talk about old. Jeez. You monster.
How else am I gonna,
you monster.
How else am I going to transition?
That was
well executed, whether it was intentional or not.
Oh, this whole show's been one smoothly running, well executed thing today. I can tell you that much. But yes, the movie is old. Came out last year.
Yes,
it is streaming on HBO Max. It's M. Night Shyamalan, another suspense drama, but this time. Well, Josh, this was your movie. Go ahead and tell us more about Old.
I mean, the premise is really pretty easy. Family arrives at, what looks to be a very nice, pretty locale, a resort.
An island resort.
They find out, hey, we have this extra special place. It's a family of four, husband and wife, and then a couple kids.
Son and
Daughter's a little bit older than the son. I believe she's, 11? The kid's 6. The son is 6. And like, hey, we have this special area that we only give to specific people, which is true, by the way. They go there and there's there's some other people, and very quickly we learn, something is up with this specific area of the island because people start aging very, very rapidly. The son and daughter, they like I said, they're 6 and 11 years old, and then suddenly they look like they're late teens, and the boy looks like he's 11 or 12, the girl looks like she's a teenager, and off we go, kind of figuring out what the hell is happening. So are we gonna get super deep spoilers with this one, do you think? I mean, there are times where I feel like we kind of have to.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you think, Kent?
Well, there's no reason to give away the final ending.
Okay.
But
That's true.
you can give away, when I wrote about this, I did give away some of the stuff because it doesn't you can't really describe it without a little bit of that, but you don't need to give away the final ending, although maybe you'll discourage people from watching it if you do.
And honestly, that kind of would be my advice. Like I said this last week, John, you weren't here. I picked this movie because I figured there was going to be a twist ending because it's M. Night Shyamalan. I didn't want to Google the twist. I just wanted to watch it. It was under 2 hours. I was like, I'll watch this. Doesn't seem like it could be that bad. Man, the acting in this movie is rough. The dialogue in this movie is rough. This movie is, in my opinion, I thought it was a very tough hang at times. And not because it was some dark story. It was just like, I don't know, Kent. I thought the cinematography was pretty good at times, but the
cinematography, the thing looks great. And, and he has a very, a really fluid filmmaking style, but he has no ear for dialogue, Shyamalan. And boy, there's some clunky all the way through. Like even when it starts and the little kids are going around asking people, what is your name and what is your occupation? Have you ever heard a little kid ask something like that? 6-year-old? I mean, come on. And, and there's some very good actors. Gael Garcia, he's a very good Mexican actor. He's in this movie. You want to look at a very shall we say erotic movie. Go get Y Tu Mama Tambien, which is a first movie he broke through in, and it's from Mexico. And he's a very good actor. Woefully miscast as this accountant guy that's all, or whatever he is, actuary, spouting statistics. Rufus Sewell, who plays kind of the crazy guy.
Yeah, what was up with that guy?
Yeah, he's a really good actor, but here he just kind of overcooks everything, and yeah, it was. Well, let me put it this way: I looked up and when I wrote about it last year, I wrote exactly 2 paragraphs because it was one of those that I didn't write about until it played on HB or it played on some streaming right quickly,
Yeah.
and I wrote. This is very minor M. Night Shyamalan, or however you say his name. If you like his movies, you might like this one. But, I didn't like it then, and I like it less now.
Sorry, Ken. I apologize to everybody.
Well, I'll say this. I liked the premise.
Premise is really good.
I mean,
that's why I was intrigued by
the
it.
fact that you have these people who get sent to this, beautiful, mysterious beach and start to realize that they're aging rapidly. And, the backstories are kind of interesting. I mean, the one couple is going through marital issues. The doctor's going through, schizophrenia.
Mhm.
And then his wife is the vain,
Crystal.
Yeah, the vain person who, is
She gets there, she's taking the pictures right away.
yeah, well, and you can tell right away, she's different because, when they're ordering breakfast and she's being real, particular about the smoothie or whatever the heck it was that she
They
was ordering.
really de-aged her, didn't they?
Oh,
She was
yeah.
the one that really paid for the de-aging.
Yeah. But so the premise I thought was fine.
Premise is really good.
The reason why they were on that island and that stuff, the stuff that we find out at the end, that's fine.
It's
But-
just everything else.
Right. It's just that,
It's just that the hour and 10 minutes in the middle is
yeah. It got a
and
little too much.
part of the issue here, I think, was this is an adaptation of a graphic novel.
Okay.
He got M. Night's kids gave him the graphic novel for Father's Day, and he went, "Oh, I like this," and he's going to adapt it into a movie. Well, apparently, I have not read the graphic novel, but apparently the graphic novel is real open-ended and doesn't have that ending. And so he tried to turn this graphic novel into a M. Night movie and didn't entirely succeed. This, however, is not his worst movie. The Last Airbender is his
Ooh.
worst movie.
I never saw that one.
Don't.
Yeah, I don't play. I thought you were going to say Lady in the Water. Wasn't that one pretty bad too?
That one's pretty bad, but it's not as bad as The Last Airbender. A Lady in the Water stars Ronnie Howard's daughter, Bryce Dallas Howard.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I wondered. So I wrote down 2 things for you, Kent, or a couple notes, I guess, that I emailed to myself. So the one of the characters has a tumor. I guess I don't know if I should give it away or not, but so I just won't say who it is. So it has a tumor, and another character, an adult, says to the children as they're watching this happen, "Go play somewhere else on the beach." And I started laughing so hard because it's like they have a very personal relationship with this person who has a tumor. It's like, hey, get away and go play. Even though at this point in the movie, everything's gone to hell and they're all aging very quickly.
Right.
So that made me laugh. And then I wanted to ask you, Kent, like at what point do you think the actors realized like they were making something truly ridiculous? Again, I will not give away whose death it is, but there's a very memorable death. Probably an hour and 15 minutes in the cave. And I thought that was the part for me where I was like, man, I wonder what it was like on set when they were shooting this specific scene. And if everyone was like, what the hell are we doing with our lives at this moment?
And that the question is in what order did they shoot it? Right.
Yeah.
Because they don't shoot movies sequentially. Right. But at some point, they had to just go,
what is this?
No. I hope the checks are good.
And at least they're hanging out in a very pretty area.
Yeah, it's a Dominican Republic is where.
Okay.
And I believe it was actually shot during the pandemic.
Indeed it was. And they were able, because they were shooting in that small cove area, they were able to pretty well isolate, cast, crew, everybody. And apparently that was one of the productions that really didn't get slowed terribly down by it because
And
they
maybe it
managed
should have
to
been
shoot it-
slowed down so they could work on the script.
Yeah. yeah.
Yeah,
They-
HBO had a show like that. It was called The White Lotus, and they HBO actually came to the creator and they wanted like, hey, can you give us something that we could make in the pandemic? And so it's at a resort in Hawaii, but it was good because they were all there, and so it was actually fairly easy to do comparably to some other stuff. Much better than this movie, by the way.
And part of the issue that I didn't really notice the first time, but I did the second time, is when they age, stuff doesn't age with them, right? They look. So here's my favorite is when the little kids go from being 6 and 11 to 13 and 18 or whatever they'd be.
Yeah.
She goes from being a little girl to not being such a little girl, and yet she has a nice swimsuit that gets old right along with her.
Yeah.
Okay, that wouldn't really happen, would it?
Yeah, and then later in the movie they have different outfits. It's like, where are all these clothes coming from?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly the stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah, that made
I'm
me
like,
laugh.
come on.
Yeah.
If you're going to do this, at least try to make it somewhat, I don't know, realistic isn't the right word, but yeah,
but at least some
logical.
logical.
Good way to
Some
describe it.
logic.
logic.
There you go.
Now, believe it or not, because it was all shot basically in one place, it made 90 million and the budget was only 18.
Yeah, so nice ROI there.
So they did get a return on investment from this.
Most of that was foreign market, by the way.
Okay.
Well, then that makes a little bit of sense. Do you,
Oh, and you know that M. Night was the van driver that takes the family to the.
Yeah, Josh mentioned that earlier, that he was the van driver. I didn't even recognize it at first. But speaking of M. Night, he hit it big fast. And it's been over 20 years. 1999 was The Sixth Sense.
God.
Then Unbreakable was the next year.
Good.
I love Signs.
And Signs was
Signs
2002.
was awesome.
Those are probably his three best movies. They all came just
Boom,
in rapid
boom,
fire
boom.
succession.
And The Village was next, and that was the first time that I remember people being like, what's going on with this M. Night Shyamalan guy? Because
Right.
that one, I thought the twist was actually okay, but I thought, if I remember right, Ken, it was kind of predictable where that one was going.
Yeah, well, it didn't have any other place to go, I don't think.
And then after that, it was a lot of bad garbage.
And then the downhill slide began.
And he had kind of a comeback in the last, half decade or so.
Well, that movie Glass was okay that he did. And what was the one he did before that? It was all right.
Yeah. I think he was the producer on a movie. It was like an elevator about like a Satan, like a woman who is Satan or something like that. I never saw it, but I remember the trailer for it. And that was like the first time I was like, hey, M. Night, maybe doing some good things again. He's just a one-trick pony. He turned into the guy that had the twists. That's why I like Signs so much, because Signs, there was like some stuff at the end where it was like, oh, I'm going to rewatch the movie in a different light. Signs didn't have a twist. It was just a good movie.
The thing about him is that he, unlike a lot, is writer, producer, director on most of his films.
Mm-hmm.
So if they make money, he really makes money. And when you get to that point of that kind of success, you got nobody that's going to tell you no. And then you get the, Last Airbender or this, right? And, the studio is fat, dumb, and happy over this. The Last Airbender, I believe, lost a whole lot of money, but there's nobody going to tell him no, because he's going to make them a bunch of money, and even if the movies aren't that good.
Yeah, you'd like to think. And there are there's just a handful of people who have the ability to basically tell the studio where to go.
Yep.
And that's what makes like the Spielbergs so good, is that they still hold up a certain level of quality, their own internal quality, and they don't, they basically don't get fat on their own image. Because, How many stinkers has Spielberg made, for example? Not many. And he's branched out too.
He's done a lot of
and
different
that's
work.
the other thing too, is Shyamalan's always been in this mystery, suspense, genre.
Weird.
And whereas, a guy like Spielberg, started with, the popcorn, action adventure kids type stuff and really branched out.
The same director did E.T., did Schindler's List. I mean,
Right.
it's just Saving Private Ryan. It's like he is all over the place.
Right.
And if
he
you go
challenges
back,
yourself.
I believe his very first movie is a movie called Drive, and it's about a semi like trying to run down a guy in a car. That's the whole movie.
I've never even heard of that movie.
Yeah. Was it Dennis Weaver?
Dennis Weaver. Yep.
Was the actor that was in it? Yeah. I've seen clips of it. I haven't seen the whole movie, but I've seen clips of it. But that was his what was
Like
Lucas's
his
first
student film
one?
almost. Or his
Lucas's
first-
was that
The one that we did in the movie club?
no
You're
George
talking about THX.
THX.
Yeah.
That was kind of his THX.
Yeah.
But
Dan, did you have any takes? Because I know you watched this recently.
I did, and I rewatched it today.
Oh no,
that was a mistake.
Yeah, why'd you? Yeah, Dan. So Dan's sitting in today for Nick Kent. He just watched this a couple weeks ago?
About 2.5 weeks ago,
Oh.
and then I literally just got done watching it at about 2:55.
Oh no, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know why I did it to myself a second time because number one, I think they wasted Thomasin McKenzie and Alex Wolf, the two young middle actors who were kind of around for the longest time.
Yeah, they were solid.
And they are absolutely great actor / actress, whatever you want to call it. And I just think they got wasted in this movie because, like Kent said, the dialogue is terrible.
Very bad.
And for me, both times I watched it, I was like, I can't keep my lunch down. Too many whip pans, too many camera moves, and it feels like the whole movie is just whip pans and rack focuses to go from foreground to background, from foreground to background.
Yeah.
And it was just killing me all day today.
Interesting.
I also just, it's an M. Night Shyamalan twist movie.
Yep, exactly.
There's a twist and everything just seems to go downhill so quick.
Yeah, if you want to, I'd just Google it. If you're not going to watch this movie, I wouldn't recommend it. Just go Google it. It's interesting enough.
Yeah, the premise is good. If the execution had just been a little bit better.
Yeah.
Or maybe a lot bit better.
A comment, by the way, Ken, on the YouTube page. We're trying to figure out when M. Night came back with good movies or maybe somewhat good movies. The Visit from him.
There you go.
This was pretty fun and ridiculous. I also forgot, Kent, that he had directed that Will Smith movie that I never saw with his kid, After Earth, that got absolutely panned. Came out
for
almost
good reason.
Yeah.
I just thought the dumbest scene I think in the whole thing was after all this is going on and the nurse and his wife have arrived and she gets them all together on the beach to have kind of a little group therapy session. I'm like, what?
We got to figure out what's going on.
It's the stupidest thing in a stupid movie.
Oh. And then the guy's like, yeah, we can't swim. And then he's like, hey, a few minutes later, hey, I'm going to try to swim. I'm like, okay, cool. Good luck. Good luck, dude. It's going to end well, I'm sure.
Well,
that's old. I
that's
apologize
old.
to everybody.
Yeah.
It's under 2 hours at least.
Yeah, I think
this is in the running for some of the worst ones that we've watched.
Yeah.
I think this is the worst one I picked.
Yeah, you're right up there with some of the Stibbs classics. Now.
Yeah, Stibbs had a few stinkers, like the wall where the dude turns into a
The
walrus. That was the worst.
Classic. What a movie. Well, Nick, I still think holds the cake though. The one that we watched with the woman, your favorite scene.
With my favorite scene in it.
That was a horrible
that one
movie.
scene did really save the movie.
But man, everything else in that movie was,
not good.
trash.
It was not
Hey, Kat, before John picks next week, have you watched Thor yet? I saw it last night.
I have not.
Okay, well, I won't say anything then. I won't say anything.
Natalie Portman's back though.
She's back with a vengeance,
and that's good. If you like Natalie Portman,
yeah, I'm a fan of her.
I'm a big
It
fan.
is not getting rave reviews, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'd say those. I think I gave it on my letterbox. I think I gave it 3.5 out of 5, but I probably could have gotten talked into only 3 out of 5 stars. So it's okay. Here's how I describe it: the serious stuff that moves plot is just not that good. But the bits and when they're having fun, that was a very enjoyable time. Sadly, there's more of the former than there is the latter, in my opinion.
Is this the last of the big popcorn movies of the summer, or is there still another release?
Jordan Peele has a new movie coming out in 2 weeks. Cannot wait for that one.
Yeah.
Run.
Nope.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Run is
the
different.
weird one where they're running the ranch and there's some kind of alien thing.
Have you seen either of his movies?
I've
Have you
seen
Get Out?
No, but I've seen the
Us.
Well, I've seen the
just the
trailers. It didn't look good to me.
Oh wow.
You got to watch Get Out.
Get Out.
Well, not Get Out, but I'm talking about this new one.
Yeah.
We should make John watch Get Out in one of these times.
I'm fine.
It used to. Let me look real fast. It used to be on.
Does it exist anywhere on streaming?
Not for free. We'd have to rent it. Get Out is incredible. Oh, such a good movie.
All right. Well, when we find it, we'll
do
put it out there.
Okay.
But I'm going to choose a new film. It's on Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Jerry and Marge Go Large. This is Bryan Cranston and Annette Bening playing an older couple. Apparently it is based on a somewhat realistic story about an older couple that starts hitting the lottery and hits the townspeople. But it's on Paramount Plus, streaming right now.
Okay.
And
that has potential.
The trailer's pretty good.
And that Benning is really, really good.
Yeah, and of course it's Bryan Cranston and Ron from Community, big mustache guy.
Nick Offerman.
Oh, is he in it?
Yes, Nick Offerman. Okay. Nick Offerman. I don't know if he's got a big role, but he is in the trailer. I saw him playing the convenience store clerk. So that'll be in 2 weeks.
2 weeks,
by the way,
2
because
weeks.
I'll be gone next week, and Kent, of course, he'll be gone too to help celebrate his mom's birthday, and hopefully not on some deserted island in the Dominican Republic,
where I get even older. I'll take Sybil with me.
Getting younger, and the dialogue's really weird.
What's your occupation?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, there's your movie club for this week. Kent, have an enjoyable weekend. Have an enjoyable trip. Be safe out there. And we will talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you, Kent.
Kent Wolgamott of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Forgot to read this tweet from our dear friend Alex Sindelar earlier, so I will do so now. When they got old, my least favorite part of the movie was watching it. Solid.
That's about as solid a review as you could have.
Uh-huh.
We could have condensed everything we just did in the last 15 minutes down to that one tweet.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
I apologize to all for watching it.
I'm trying to think. I think I'm the only one that hasn't picked a bad one yet.
That's not true. You picked the one with John Wayne.
Oh, come on.
True
Grit. True Grit. Oh, get out of here.
That was so
True
boring.
Grit?
You thought True Grit sucked.
It was so boring, man. It was also early in the pandemic, so I might have just been mad at the world. But, man, I hated that movie. I was so bored by it.
Boy, I wonder what cinema you actually like.
I like good cinema. What are you talking about?
True Grit is one of the greatest Western movies of all time. New and old True Grit.
Man, look at Dan coming in with references to movie thing. Like he was using
References
terms.
to movie
Just trying to
things.
think of the word. I don't speak for a living or anything. He had terms and he used whip pans and focus and unfocus. Words.
Focus and unfocus.
You know how words work.
I had one semester of videography in college.
Hey, me too.
It works.
Those are the old days.
It is a One Beer Friday, by the way.
Yeah.
And so if you want to send us pics of what you're enjoying this weekend, now that we're past the College World Series, we're past the 4th of July. I've actually looked forward to this weekend for a month.
Because you actually get a weekend.
Because it's actually a weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, last weekend was just busy. It's the holiday.
Birthday,
blah, blah, blah.
People
I'm
wishing you
actually
happy
looking
birthday.
forward to this weekend.
Because you get the weekend.
So I can do my lawn.
Oh.
Clean the basement.
Oh. Real quick, Jordan says Josh hates everything Western. That's funny, but not true. I liked 310 to Yuma, the new version. I never saw the original.
I never saw the original.
Trying to think of other Westerns that I like. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Deadwood. that show. Did you ever watch Deadwood?
I didn't watch Deadwood.
I watched 2 seasons of 3, and I just never really liked it. And I still almost finished the show. I just never got into it. I don't know why.
That's weird. See, I'm not like that. If I don't like something, it's
that
done.
was the old days for me
done.
when I would do that, and I'd keep watching. Now I don't do that. I was streaming a show within the last few weeks, and I was like, you know what? I'm just not enjoying this show. And I stopped it 20 minutes into an episode, and I deleted it off my thing. I was like, I'm done with it. I'm done. Let's get a.
All right. Still to come, Matt Masker on Scafra.
Oh, baby.
And more. And coming up here in about 15 minutes or so, we're going back to summer school.
Before 2 classes in a day?
Before we start drinking, Matthew Weaver, who covers Indiana for the 24/7 sports site in Bloomington, will join us in about 15 minutes right here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. I was just listening to my dear friend John talk about how excited he is for the weekend because he has nothing to do. If you are like John, you have nothing going on this weekend. Maybe kids, you don't have kids are out of the house, partner's going out of town, whatever it is, or you're just looking for something to do. Why not play some golf? The weather is going to be spectacular, especially tomorrow and over the next couple of days. Give them a call at 402-498-0220. Book your tee times today, whether it's for the full 18, whether it's just getting 9 in at some point in time, whether it's inside of the top tracer building. You can do all of that and more. They have so much available for you at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. All those things, lessons, you can get fitted for clubs. I've had my clubs now for over 3 years. These clubs are absolutely tremendous, have improved my game significantly with them. Get fitted for clubs, figure out exactly what's going on with that swing of yours, and get out there and play some golf. 402-498-0220. They are Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
The Connor Happer Show.
All right, so yesterday I'm at the store. We're almost out of ketchup. I don't hardly ever buy ketchup. So I go to the aisle. I come back with the store brand ketchup. It was 99 cents. And she said, no, that's no good. You can't get that stuff.
No, you don't go cheap on your ketchup.
But man, where are you going to find anything for 99 cents nowadays? I was kind of jacked about the purchase. And I didn't know what I'm looking at, because I'm not a ketchup guy. But she's like, that's not the stuff.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
A chance for pop-up showers and thunderstorms early, becoming partly cloudy tonight with an overnight low of 68 degrees in Omaha and light winds out of the northeast. Heading into tomorrow morning, patchy fog possible in the morning, but becoming mostly sunny for the afternoon. Still humid, high of 87, but feeling like the low 90s in Omaha Saturday. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash with injuries, still causing delays on southbound 132nd at Harrison Street. Otherwise, delays on westbound Dodge around 108th, and then slow going on the southbound JFK from Chandler to Childs, and stop-and-go traffic on the northbound JFK with the right lane closed between L Street and Gilmore Ave. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanahan's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Okay, team, it's summer. Your training all comes down to this. Checklist. Emma, sunscreen? Check. Alex, shades? Yep, set. Baby Zoe, diaper bag? We're just gonna call that a yes. Are you ready for Funplex? Check. Well, out to the minivan. But we can't drive. Let's find Mom. And then go to the minivan. Yay!
It's all for fun and fun for all at Funplex. 70th and Q, dude. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Damon Bennett here for Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the original peanut butter whiskey. Celebrate this baseball season with Screwball. A little sweet, a little salty, a little savory. It's unlike anything you've tasted before. It's the perfect celebration of the wild and wonderful in all of us. So to all you Screwballs out there, in honor of tomorrow's stories, let's raise a glass to you. Screwball, the original peanut butter whiskey, available near you. Enjoy responsibly. Screwball Spirits, LLC, San Diego, California. Whiskey with natural flavors, 35% alcohol by volume.
1620 The Zone.
Good Friday afternoon. It is a Meat Friday out here at Westroads in the parking lot near Dick's and J.C. Penney. Essential Foods is back. Steak, chicken, pork, seafood, 20 ribeyes for $40. That's where we are until 6 o'clock tonight. It is the final truckload. Limited half-price bulk deals. Kansas City strips, New York strips, mega ribeyes, T-bones, fillets, plus premium chicken, seafood, and pork. Don't forget to ask about free steak, free chicken, free pork. Did I mention Essential Foods has for you 20 ribeyes for only $40? You know what? It doesn't have to be the 4th of July to have a barbecue. You can have a barbecue anytime, and you can do it with Essential Foods. Also, ask how you can get a free steak with your summer barbecue bundle purchase. Now, the sale has been extended. There is a demand. You got to hurry before they sell out. And also, right now, half price on the family party pack only while we're here until 6. 20 ribeyes, $40, brought to you by Essential Foods. They've got steak, they've got chicken, they've got pork, they've got seafood, and they've got us until 6 o'clock. I'm Gary Sharp on 1620 The Zone.
Woodhouse offers confidence as your trusted auto partner. With 18 brands and 16 convenient full-service dealerships, you can easily shop the latest models, discover a pre-owned vehicle that meets your list of must-haves, or conveniently maintain your current vehicle. And our knowledgeable and local team is ready to help, providing you the solutions to get you on the road faster, whether online at woodhouse.com or in person. Experience the difference with Woodhouse, a trusted auto partner since 1975.
Across the country, more than 3,000 people were killed by distracted driving. 3,000 mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, and friends. In Nebraska, distracted driving-related crashes have gone up 32% since 2010. That's 4,500 crashes, 1,500 injured, and more than 100 dead. Using your phone while you drive is illegal. Drive safely. Somebody's waiting for you back home.
Visit nedrivingconcern.org. Brought to you by the Nebraska chapter of the National Safety Council and the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Those are girthy.
They're very girthy.
Many are saying.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Some responses real quick, going back to last segment. Riley writes in, quoting Dan, True Grit is one of the greatest movies of all time, or Western movies of all time. Haha, that's not saying much. That's like saying so-and-so is the best Kansas football player of all time. Actually, it's like saying that was the best Kansas football season of all time.
Well,
out on the Western.
That's a problem because KU, yeah, they've been sucking the last 15 years, but remember when they went to the Orange Bowl? That wasn't that long ago.
That was more recent than Nebraska's last trip to a New Year's Six / BCS game.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I admit I am not a huge Western fan.
I took a history of Westerns class in college, and some of them were okay.
But
some of them.
I love Unforgiven.
Yeah, somebody texted in. This was from Eric. What about Unforgiven? I am not.
Basically any Western with Eastwood.
Yeah, I've seen some of the spaghetti
Outlaw
Westerns.
Josie Wales is the best. But High Noon. Have you ever seen High Noon with Gary Cooper?
I believe I have seen High Noon. Is that one where it's almost done in like real time? Kind of
yes,
like
where the countdown.
Yes, yes. I watched that one in
because the bad guys are coming to town to shoot him and stuff. That's a real good one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as a genre,
it's not my favorite genre.
As a genre, it's not my favorite.
Yeah, that's okay.
But come on, man, crapping on John Wayne.
What? I just didn't like the movie. It was a boring movie.
There was nothing wrong with it.
Mark texts in 402-951-1620. It's Rainn Wilson, not Nick Offerman and Jerry and Marge Go Large. Rainn Wilson, not Nick Offerman. He's right. Rainn Wilson is from The Office. Nick Offerman is from Parks and Rec.
No, but that's not. No, Nick Offerman. I saw him in the trailer for Jerry and Marge Go Large.
Okay, so maybe they're both in it then.
Actually, I think it is Rainn Wilson. They don't have
Rainn Wilson.
Nick Offerman listed.
Yeah, it was Rainn Wilson. Because I watched the trailer yesterday.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that guy? That's Rainn Wilson.
Yeah,
that's Rainn Wilson. That's not Nick Offerman.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I could have swore that was Nick
I
Offerman.
I could see it.
No, but
I can see it like that picture.
Nick Offerman
I can see it.
was the convenience store clerk. Man, okay. Guess I wasn't paying that close of attention.
It's all good. We'll watch the movie.
I'm good with Rainn Wilson too. I mean, no problem there. But man, that kind of that threw me for a loop. Threw me for an old loop.
So that'll be for 2 weeks from now.
Yes, 2 weeks.
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
We won't get into this very deep, but Brittany Griner's hearing was this week.
Yeah.
Her next hearing is on July the 14th. It's become quite the popular thing now amongst some folks because, earlier this week, she sent a letter to President B making an appeal for her release, trying to, get the wheels of international bureaucracy to work in her favor. And she wrote a letter talking about, freedom, 4th of July. Her father was a Vietnam veteran, et cetera, et cetera. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but there are some folks who are pushing back on her because 2 years ago, when she was playing in the WNBA, she was one of the few folks who was protesting the national anthem.
They're pushing back on her getting released because of that.
Well, there are some folks saying, well, she did the crime, she must do the
Good
time.
God.
And okay, maybe she did have some things that she wasn't supposed to have, but for this to be worthy of being imprisoned for July 5 months, I mean, come on. Let's get real here, folks.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Let the punishment fit the crime.
Yeah, just because you don't like what she, stood or didn't, in this case, didn't stand for.
And to me, is there some irony here? Yes, of course there is. Of course there's some irony here. That someone who, previously protested some things in this country and protested the national anthem is now having to use patriotic appeals. Yes. Is there some irony? Absolutely there is. But that, again, is the beauty of our country, is we have the freedom here, unlike what they have in Russia, to be able to protest or express our views freely in our country. And yet, at the end of the day, we're all still Americans.
Yeah, I can't imagine having that viewpoint because
I can't
you
either.
disagree with somebody's stance on something.
I can't either. Well, they go ahead and let her rot over in jail because she didn't want to stand for the anthem.
Yeah, that's pretty crappy.
Come on.
Pretty crappy.
Stop. And for those of you who just want to play the hard line, again, she's been over there for 5 months.
Yeah, for having obviously she didn't have
she's
enough.
Paid a pretty decent price.
Yeah, she didn't have enough to distribute. It was obvious that it was for personal use.
Yeah, she wasn't trying.
She
to
didn't
do
have
anything.
a few, Nate Newton bricks. He wasn't walking around with that type of stuff.
Was that Nate Newton?
Wasn't it back in the day in his SUV?
Was that Nate? I didn't think Nate was one of those guys.
Nate Newton, the marijuana?
Oh, was it Nate? I don't know.
Am I thinking of somebody else?
I mean, yeah, you could mention any cowboy. From
Well,
that
here,
era.
former Dallas Cowboys says he was going to make a $75,000 drug deal. Who was the one who had all that weed in their SUV, like hundreds of pounds?
I don't remember. Oh, well. I never had Nate Newton pegged as that guy, but all those Cowboys back then, back when the Cowboys actually played good.
Yeah,
they were
trying to remember.
They were taking all the drugs.
Yeah, he's found with 175 pounds of weed. It's a lot of weed, man.
It is a lot of weed.
Yeah, back in 2001.
Did you see Nate? Nate was a big guy.
He's a big guy.
He's a big guy.
Big guy. After they found 213 pounds of weed. So he did 213 and then he did 175. He almost 400 pounds.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's better than Connor. I bet Nate could have done the chicken nugget challenge. Before or after he smoked all that weed. Coming up next, we're going to talk some Indiana football, summer school style.
Let's go.
Next on 1620 Zone. Don't forget, friends, you can go to our Zone Deals page at 1620zone.com. Get yourself some Le Voltaire, 2 $25 vouchers for only $25. They're on sale right now. Go there today, 1620thezone.com.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
temperature and your home's AC just quit. Sometimes it's beyond repair and needs to be replaced. At 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, our comfort specialists take the frustration out of the equation. Modern AC systems are more energy efficient, which is good news for your energy bill. Call 402-788-1234 or visit McCarthy's1hour.com.
Always on time, or you don't pay time. Always on time, or you don't pay time.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
With only days left to save during 42 Degrees 4th of July sale, don't miss out on these bargains. We have Kratom up to 50% off a nice selection of premium CBD. Buy one, get one free. How about pipes, vaporizers, candles, and a whole lot more? And it's all on sale right now. So stop in and take advantage of some great deals and bring in some items for the Veterans Food Pantry and receive additional discounts for your donation. Buy your mom's house.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
Email Sharp and Betting on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever's on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me at Gary at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
When you need a new roof, especially if you have storm damage, the last thing you want to hear from a roofing company is that it's going to be weeks or even months before they can get to it because of supply issues. This is Garen Armstrong with Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Supply issues are no issue at Shamrock. As one of the largest roofing companies in America, we stocked up early and we stocked up big. That means our warehouse has everything we need to do your job now. And because we stocked up before the supply crunch, we paid a lot less than anyone looking for roofing supplies now and can share those savings with you. No one in Omaha can install a better roof at a better price with a better warranty than Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Let our local family serve your family. Shamrock Roofing and Construction, 402-281-1780. That's 402-281-1780. Or online at shamrockroofer.com.
Experience every pitch, run, and legendary play. Your home for Royals baseball in Omaha. 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone on this One Beer Friday. One Beer Friday is right around the corner, as a matter of fact. But we told you it's a double dose of Big Red Summer School today. Earlier, it was Barry Trammell of the Oklahoman. We move now to the second Big Ten game of the season. Of course, in Indiana's the first game for Nebraska after the non-conference season, but we had Northwestern to open things up. Matthew Weaver, who writes for Indiana's 24/7 site, joins us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You know, outside of Nebraska, perhaps some of the most dramatic change on the roster and on the coaching staff happened in Bloomington. But despite injuries playing a significant role last year in that 2-10 season, doesn't seem like Tom Allen is necessarily leaning on that as an excuse for why the Hoosiers failed.
No, I mean, I think it was part of it, but I mean, from some of the comments after the season, it sounded like, for lack of a better term, they were trying to cut away some what they considered dead weight on the roster. And then with the coaching staff, obviously he made a change to OC, and then there's some other changes where guys left, voluntarily. But when you go 2-10 and you're basically not competitive for most of the season, it's kind of hard to remain the status quo. You got to kind of make some changes, and they've done that. And it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, because I think they have 35 or 36 new scholarship players. That's almost half your scholarship roster. It's a pretty significant turnover as far as personnel.
Do you think, Matthew, that they have upgraded? We've been having a very similar conversation around here throughout the offseason as Nebraska lost a lot of players, have brought in a bunch of dudes from the transfer portal. Do you think that they've made an upgrade at those spots?
Yeah, I mean, until we see it on the field, though, I mean, you could say on paper, I think they've made some improvements. I mean, but until you see it on the field, I mean, listen, Michael Penix was hurt a lot, and he did not play well last year. I don't think you upgraded talent-wise at quarterback, but maybe, I think it was time for Michael Penix and Indiana to go their separate ways. And I don't think this was a bad breakup, a bad divorce. I just think it was a case of where, he just seemed to be chronically injured at Indiana, and as long as he was on the roster, he was going to be the starter. And it's just hard to build your team around a guy who can't stay on the field. And I think Connor Bazelak's a nice pickup. I don't think he's got the talent of a Michael Penix if both are 100%. But maybe this is a better fit. Maybe it'll be better, and especially with the new OC. He got to handpick his quarterback and Walt Bell with Connor Bazelak. I'm assuming he's a starter, so I think it'll be a better fit. But it's it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, if the offensive line in Indiana doesn't play better next year, it doesn't really matter about all the other changes. If they can't block people, it's not going to the record's not going to be a whole lot different.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Matthew, like one more follow-up on, I guess, last year. John mentioned the injuries. There was probably going to be some regression built in, just given how strange 2020 was, and maybe not being ready for prime time, that kind of idea. What do you think was to blame the most for them taking such a large step back in 2021?
Quite honestly, and not to put on Michael Penix, but that he really galvanized this program for a couple of years, even though he only played 12 games over 2 seasons. So basically the equivalent of 1 season in 2 years. He was the kind of guy that uplifted not just the offense, but the entire team. And I don't think he was healthy. I'm not saying he was still injured. I just don't think he was back physically to where he had been. And it showed in that Iowa game. He did not play well. He looked poor. He looked poor in a lot of games. And I think, when you see a guy like that you kind of relied on, and he's not coming through, he's not playing up to snuff. And then there's a lot of other things. The defense changed. They brought in a new coordinator, and he kind of changed the scheme. They weren't playing the same defensively. In 20, they really attacked. I think they led the country. I know they led the Big Ten. They were one of the top in the country in turnover ratio and creating, getting takeaways. That wasn't happening last year. And I think that stuff just all kind of added up. I mean, it was a snowball effect. I think the biggest thing that concerns you is it kind of spiraled out of control, and they were never able to get it turned around. Their first sign of adversity, and they weren't able to stop it. So, maybe the coaching changes, maybe the personnel changes will go a long way to fixing that. But until they start playing, we're just not going to know.
Matthew Weaver, who covers the Hoosiers for Indiana's 24/7 Sports, joining us here as we talk about the Hoosiers in Big Red Summer School. Bazelak's not the only transfer at the skill position spots on the offense. There's a pair of Power 5 transfers at running back. There's more transfers at wide out and tight end to replace Ty Freifogel. Who are the coaches most excited about among the newcomers?
Well, Sean Shivers, you mentioned, they had 2 Power 5 transfers at running back from Auburn. He's a guy from South Florida. It's an area they recruit, so I think they kind of do about him. Not a big guy. I think he's like 5'8", 5'9", but he runs with some power. He's got great speed, really fast. I don't know if he's although anymore there's no such thing as a the bell cow type of back who you give it to 30, 35 times a game. It's all committee nowadays. But, I think he's a really good pickup. Cameron Camper, he's a JUCO transfer. Came in and really had a good spring. He was a mid-year enrollee. They're excited about him. I mean, Josh Henderson, the other running back transfer from North Carolina, is another guy that's opened some eyes. A true freshman from out of Louisiana, Jalen Lucas. He was a mid-year transfer. He's not very big, but just got unique game-changing ability with his quickness and his speed that Indiana desperately needs. This is a program that really needs an infusion of speed, and they started to address it in this class, and they got to continue to address it because, we see it all the time. Speed kills, and they need to get more of it. But those are some of the guys. Emory Simmons from North Carolina is another guy that, they like. He came in mid-year, and I think he showed some nice things. But, those guys are going to have to step up and play because, the receiver was a position that really, really underachieved last year. Ty Frohovo had a bad year compared to the year before. And they need some of these guys to come in and pick up the slack.
Hey, Matt, looking at the other side of the ball, Dason McCullough, 75th player in the 24/7 Sports Composite, the highest rated recruit to ever sign with Indiana in the modern 24/7 recruiting era. What's the expectation surrounding him, given that he might be joining the strength of the defense overall in the defensive backfield?
It'll be interesting. First of all, see where they play him. He was recruited to play the stinger linebacker position, which is the outside linebacker spot. But, he's 6'5", I think around 220, 230. I think he'll grow into, they call it the bull position. Basically, that's an outside linebacker that stands up at the DN.
Okay.
I think he'll eventually grow into that. I think he's actually going to play both this year. I know he was a little banged up in spring, so he didn't practice all the time. But obviously, you mentioned he's incredibly talented and the kind of guy that Indiana's never got. So, to me, I call him a chess piece, a kind of player you can move around. Just try to get him in a spot where he can do what he does best. Go make plays with his athleticism and, his ability, kind of like a Taiwan Mullen. Obviously, they're completely different players, but, you just get those guys in positions to let them go one-on-one and let them go make a play. And, he's a guy, they need to turn the ball over more. I mentioned that earlier. They did not create enough turnovers. They need to get more sacks. Indiana struggles to get after the quarterback. And if you can't get after the quarterback on defense, it really puts you in a tough spot. So, hopefully he can help address that.
Talking with Matthew Weaver of Indiana's 24/7 Sports, with Taiwan Mullen, Jalen Williams, Devin Williams, Brian Fitzgerald. There's a lot of experience back in the secondary. Easy to assume that this is the strength of the defense, at least entering the season?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, safety is a strong position. And obviously you mentioned corner. They had a corner into the portal, and Reese Taylor, who had played a lot and actually transferred to Purdue, which is kind of interesting. But you still got Jalen Williams back, Taiwan Mullen. They've added a transfer there from Alabama. They brought in some really good freshmen, including Taiwan's younger brother, Travell, who a lot of people think is better than Taiwan, or at least at the same stage. We'll see if it turns out that way. And then safety, you mentioned the names, Devon Matthews, Brian Fitzgerald, some of those guys that are back there. And, I think the secondary is the strength. And in today's football, that's a good thing because, it's become a passing type of game from now the pros all the way down. And, a lot of defenses are kind of built from the back to the front. So if you have those guys on the back end who can make plays and maybe cover for a half second longer, that allows you to get after the quarterback. But those guys are going to have to play good. I mean, Taiwan was hurt last year, and that was a big loss, and they need him to come back and be the player he was 2 years ago.
Matthew, what does a good season look like? Kind of going back, I guess, to the beginning of the conversation. What's a good bounce back 2022 season for the Hoosiers?
Well, I mean, the problem is the schedule is brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you play in the East, so you're playing, three of the, and now Michigan State has really elevated their program. I mean, give their staff a lot of credit. The new staff there, it's only been there a couple of years. They've done a great job. So now they're kind of back to where they were, 5, 6, 7 years ago when they were really rocking and rolling. And then you're going to Cincinnati. Your crossover game is out there, Nebraska, which, I know that program's been, but it's still, that's a tough place to play. I remember going there when Indiana won a few years ago, and it's an impressive atmosphere. And obviously that's a program that, with Scott Frost, their backs are against the wall, and that's going to be a dogfight. So, I mean, quite honestly, I think if you get to 6 wins and get to a bowl game, it's a successful season. Anything above that to me would be gravy, because the schedule is just so hard. I mean, it's just tough. I mean, Rutgers has gotten better. Maryland's gotten better. There's just no layups. Not that there really ever was in the Big Ten. I guess maybe at some point Indiana kind of was. But, there's no layups anymore. There's no really gibbies. I mean, everybody's pretty good. Obviously, the East is really good. So, you got to win those non-conference games. Well, that's just going to be tough. But there's some games, I call them 50-50 games. I call them toss-up games. Maryland, Rutgers, Cincinnati. I mean, I think Nebraska's what I would call kind of a 50-50 game. Some of those you got to get. You don't have to get all of them, but you're going to have to get some of them because Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State are going to be really difficult.
Matthew Weaver of Indiana 24/7 Sports. Matthew, we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here in summer school.
Okay, take care, guys.
You bet.
Thanks, Matthew.
Matthew Weaver joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. There was a pretty heavy theory that Indiana got the big jump. Now, granted, 2 years ago was when, 3 years ago was when Nebraska lost at home to Indiana. But in the COVID
Brutal
season, there were a lot of folks who thought maybe Indiana took advantage of, some teams who were either on pause or, maybe weren't at full strength. And thus, last year's expectations were way too inflated. That said, I don't think anybody, even more pessimistic followers, thought 2-10 was going to happen. So what does a bounce back look like for Indiana this year? And it's interesting to hear Matthew talk about Nebraska being the coin flip game. And, let's face it, it is.
I think it is.
It's not like Nebraska was only one game better in terms of the record last year. So certainly it's a game. It's a winnable game.
It's a winnable game
for Nebraska against Indiana. It also happens to be the last day of Scott Frost under his original contract. But Indiana is going to be an interesting watch because they and Nebraska are kind of on parallel tracks right now with all the changes they made. They really went deep into the portal. 13 new guys, new quarterback out of the portal, new running backs out of the portal, new receivers out of the portal. It feels a lot like Nebraska.
Yeah, I read a State of the Program article today from Austin Meek. He writes for The Athletic. And seriously, man, if you took away the names of the program and the names of the players, it read a lot like Nebraska's preview could. Now, I guess the big difference, of course, is that Tom Allen did have success a couple years ago. He did have a successful 2019. It seemed like they were kind of on that trajectory to continue upward. I remember having debates last year. Indiana fans started randomly showing up in my mentions saying that they were the team to beat in the Big Ten East. It's like, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit. And sure enough, they took a monumental step back. Even, again, reminding me of Nebraska, the conversation about the quarterback play and Michael Penix. So, fascinating team. Cincinnati in the non-conference. Obviously, that's going to be tough. It's a road game this year. And I mean, geez, once they get into Big Ten play, because of where they're at, playing in the East, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State. Ohio State, Michigan State are on the road. Nebraska's on the road. Yeah, it's a tough schedule. I'm with him. If they make it to a bowl game, it's a good season for Indiana.
Coming up next, what Matt Masker had to say about Scott Frost and the changes in Nebraska's offense. Plus, did the Nebraska athletic department take over the World Cup, the screwball of the day, as part of One Beer Friday? Yes. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, a crash with injuries on the northbound North Freeway at Cumming Street has traffic stopped from 480. We've also got a crash with injuries on southbound 132nd at Harrison, causing some delays. Road work is going to have that right lane closed on the northbound JFK, causing stop-and-go traffic starting from Gilmore Ave going to L Street. Also stop-and-go traffic on westbound 480 between 24th and the North Freeway. And then if you're south on the JFK, delays between Chandler and Childs Road. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Everyone knows Saul's pays top dollar for your gold, but Saul's pays cash on the spot for your precious metals too. Silver, gold, platinum, coins, bars. Who wants to wait to get paid? Get to Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Saul's Jewelry and Loan. You'll find it all at Saul's Jewelry.
1620 The Zone. Live.
How do you like your meat? How do you like your meat on a Friday? Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp. Out here in the parking lot at Westroads near JCPenney and Dick's. Essential Foods, 20 ribeyes, $40. Did you hear me? 20 ribeyes for only $40. And right now, half price on the family party pack only while we're here until 6. Steak, chicken, pork, seafood. Yeah, buy one, get one deals, quarter cow deals, surf and turf specials, $100 off the half cow special. I looked at it. It's good. No limits on the half cow and quarter cow while in stock. So stock up now. Look for the big tent, the big truck We're here now until 6. Now, they've extended their sales. Get you out of hurry, because once they're sold out, they are sold out. All payments accepted, debit, credit, cash, Apple Pay, and yes, EBT. 20 ribeyes, $40, essential food, steak, chicken, pork, seafood. We're in the parking lot at Westroads. You can't miss it. The big white tent, the big truck, and great deals on a Meat Friday. I'm Gary Sharp on 1620 The Zone.
Hey friends, Kent Pavelka here, back with John Higgins and the Rooferees at the Weather Guard showroom. Why would it be advisable for me to have you do my roof versus somebody else?
Well, integrity of myself and our employees, longevity, what we do here in the community, that has to go a long way, and I believe it does. We do what we say we're going to do, and if there is a problem, we're going to come back and fix it.
So make the right call, fans. When it comes time to replace your roof, your gutters, and siding, there's only one call to make. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
For the early risers in Lincoln and Omaha, Saturday mornings join a new congregation. The guys from the Church of the Corn are now live every Saturday morning on 1620 The Zone. Catch Zach, Drake, and yes, even Fitz. Saturday mornings from 8 to 10 a.m. right here on 1620 The Zone. Join the choir every Saturday and find out. The Church of the Corn is in session every Saturday morning, 8 to 10, right here on 1620 The Zone.
Do you have big plans for your business? Get access and get growing. If you need a commercial loan or line of credit, the experts at Access Bank can help you get financing that fits your dreams. We're dedicated to supporting owners and entrepreneurs like you on a timeline that fits your schedule, because we're here for a reason, to help Omaha grow. Get started today at accessbank.com. That's accessbank.com. Member FDIC.
Heading to a cookout with family or friends? Heading home from a ball game? Or heading no place in particular on a random weekday? All seems like great reasons to head over to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Hey, it's Damon Benning from Sharp and Benning in the Morning. Ice cream on a hot summer day or night is awesome. And ice cream from Ted and Wally's is even awesomer. Yes, it's a word. You know me, I make them up, but not this time. Cones, cups, pints, quarts, even half gallons to go. Head to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Celebrating more than 35 years, 2 locations, Benson and the Old Market. Visit tedandwallys.com.
Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs is celebrating a special anniversary this year with a summer open house this Saturday. Right, Ed?
You bet we are. 60 years in the RV business and #1 again in the Omaha Choice Awards. So it's time for a summer open house celebration with cold pop, clowns for the kids, prizes all day long, discounts on all parts, and most important, sale prices on both new and pre-enjoyed RVs. We are stocked with the best brands of travel trailers, fifth wheels, like Open Range, Montana, Coachman, Rockwood, all the best brands.
That's right, Chief. Plus, hot dogs from Stoice's House of Sausage and everything in the parts department will be 10% off all day.
Everyone's invited. Just take the South Expressway, exit off I-80, go south 1/2 mile, west 1/2 mile. There we are.
Leach Camper Sales, home of the extremely happy camper.
And don't forget, that coffee's always on.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
I drank beer with my friends,
Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, after that.
I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Let's hear the chorus. When you say put, you set it
It's been a month. It's been a month for yours truly. I have not been here for a One Beer Friday, and by golly, it's good to be back.
It's been a month?
Yeah.
My God, man. Wait, we didn't. Oh, yeah, you weren't here last week because you were sick.
Yeah, stupid. Damn.
The non-COVID.
The non-COVID
The
that
old
you gave
school
me.
sickness.
Yeah, old school sickness.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where I got it from.
It wouldn't surprise me if you got it from me.
Yeah, but I was only around you for like a day.
No, we were together all last week. I was sick all last week.
That's right.
Remember, I had the cough
bastard.
drops all week
You
long.
bastard. Thanks to our good friend Stitchhead. I know last week you guys had some of the Firestone Walker 805 from Eric Sorensen, Stitchhead from D1Baseball.com. I did not get a chance to enjoy, so that's what I'm having from Central Coast, California. Right there.
As you just said on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, the only thing that would have made this beer more Josh is if the beer were brewed not with water, but with the armpit sweat of Shohei Ohtani. Yes, I am, surprisingly, folks, drinking a local beer, and it's an IPA. Who would have thunk
Who would have thunk it?
Me, an IPA? Yeah, I'm going with the Zipline Mosaic. We've had this. I bought this, I think, a couple months ago. So we've had a few of them still in the fridge. So that's what I'm going with. Dan?
Today I have an Oberon from Bell's Brewery in Michigan.
Bell's Brewery. I like Bell's.
Yeah.
Michigan has some good breweries.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a toast to all of you. Have an enjoyable weekend.
Hell yeah.
And please drink responsibly.
Yes.
I guess on that note, speaking of drinking responsibly, we need a screwball of the day.
Oh!
We need a screwball of the day.
Screwball of the day.
Hey, far be it for me to say today's screwball of the day goes to the organizers of the World Cup. But here we are.
The organizers of the World Cup. I thought you were going to say Russia. I thought we were going back to that topic.
Nope. According to reports out of Qatar or Qatar or Gutter or
whatever,
there's like 19
There's
different
a
ways
lot
to
of different pronunciations.
the more common one I hear is Qatar, so that's the one I'm
I
going
hear
with.
Qatar and Qatar.
Well, you might as well call it dry. Not just because it's in a desert. No beer will be served at any of the stadia hosting this year's 2022 World Cup. So all you folks, and I'm sure I'm speaking to none of you who are actually going to the World Cup, drink outside because you can't drink inside.
Somewhere, Bill Moose nodding his head in agreement.
Well, if there was ever a place where beers were going to be thrown from the third row, it would be at an international soccer game. I mean, these fans get a little loopy.
Oh, soccer? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. No, we've never had issues of, stadiums
hooliganism.
collapsing, things catching fire, stampedes,
people literally
massive
dying.
death and destruction.
Yeah. The Hillsborough 30 for 30 was
It's very
very
nice,
good.
though, that the folks in Qatar are looking out for other folks' health.
Yeah, it's good. Good on them. Good on them because that's what they've done throughout the building of the stadia.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really cared about people. So thousands didn't die. No worries.
Yeah, when they tear up the turf in these stadiums and replace it with new turf, they got to dig around all the dead bodies that they buried the stadium over.
It's like the Great Wall of China. they say they buried people inside of the Great Wall.
Yeah.
So who's getting the screwball? Is FIFA getting it, or are we giving it to the country?
Oh, I think it's Qatar because I'm guessing
It's probably their decision, right?
Oh, yeah.
Why? Okay, is there? We're not like being mean about their religion. Is this a religious thing?
I have no idea.
I don't either. Either way, come on.
It could be. It could be.
But if you go to the Olympics in Salt Lake City, you could still drink. You had to stop probably between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 p.m. the next day.
Here we go.
10 p.m.
Yeah.
You're going to be that generous? It's more like 8 or 9.
Yeah. So,
So you know what they won't be enjoying over there?
A 1 beer Friday.
Well, and the screwball. They
Or
won't
the
be
screwball peanut
of
butter
the
whiskey.
day.
No.
Jerks.
Congratulations. You are the screwballs of the day.
Mm.
So, Robin Washut, who joined us on the program yesterday.
Yeah, why didn't he tease us about this?
From On3, hashtag Nebraska coming soon, spoke with Matt Masker. Now Matt Masker is not going to be in any position to win any quarter. Well, he's in a position to win a quarterback job because he is a quarterback, but his odds of winning said quarterback job.
Wow.
Well, come on. They got 2 transfers for crying out loud.
Maybe those guys suck. And then they still have other guys on scholarship.
They have other guys on scholarship. Yeah. But Masker had some interesting quotes in the article in on3.com talking about the offense, the changes in the offense, and how Scott Frost has relinquished control of the offense to Mark Whipple. The quote from Masker, he, referring to Frost, has definitely taken a step back. And I think that's been really hard for him. As you know, he's been the offensive guy. I know it's been hard for him to step away, but that's what he agreed to and why he hired Coach Whipple. He agreed to, yeah, this is your show now. Yeah, I'm the head ball coach, but you need to bring your offense, be in command of it, and run it. And Coach Whipple has done just that.
Okay, so I have a lot of questions.
Really?
Coming out of this. Okay. Less so about the facts of this happening and more some of the things that he said. It's been hard for him. I know it's been hard for him to step away. I wonder how he knows that it's been hard for him. Because look, do I think it's been hard for him or do I think it will be hard for him? Yes.
Absolutely.
But
that's what his bread has been buttered on for all these years as an assistant and as a head coach.
But that's just me assuming. You and I are assuming. We could end up being wrong. There's an implication here. Maybe I'm just reaching of like, they can tell that it's hard for him. They can tell that he is moved away, but maybe he's missing the old days. Not to say he's frustrated, but that there's like an obvious frustration that he's not the guy. Am I reading into this a little too much?
It's
like he sat down on the couch and was like, Masker, I got to tell you some things, man. I miss it. I miss your scent. I miss your musk.
There's a gif. Which of the Wilson brothers is it? Who's standing in the rain with the long face? What movie? It's from a movie. I can't remember which of the Wilson brothers it was.
I think I know the one that you're talking about. You're thinking of Luke.
Luke Wilson.
Yeah.
Or if you're going to go back a little bit further, Trading Places, Dan Aykroyd standing there as the Santa bum, watching as all the rich people are eating. He's outside in the rain, and he's just got that look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
So is that what he's saying?
Like seriously,
their quarterbacks
Matt,
are sitting in the meeting.
Come into my office. I gotta tell you some stuff
with Whipple, and they look outside, and standing outside the glass partition is Scott Frost with one lone tear running down his face.
Yeah. Am I reaching? Am I reading into things? He did. There was another quote later in the story, by the way. Coach Frost is still involved, just not as much with X's and O's. So maybe he is just assuming like we all are. Like, yeah, this is probably hard on Frost. But I read those and I was like, man, is Frost telling everyone he's sad? I miss calling plays. I'm gonna miss this stuff. Well, maybe it's something as simple as that. Man, I'm gonna miss doing that stuff.
I guess I'm more confused than anything else because I would be surprised if Masker were let in on any internal secrets of, Frost having internal angst over this decision, or the notion of Frost moping around the offense. Oh, I can't be part of the offense anymore. I mean, listen, you can make all the jokes you want. I don't necessarily see that.
Frost being emo.
But it also kind of goes further of someone just kind of speaking extemporaneously about just he's assuming, as we have all assumed, that breaking away from the offense is going to be a tough thing.
These are just some really astute observations. I'm sure that was kind of the agreement when Coach Whipple came in. That's why he's here. Obviously, Coach Whipple has proven to be a very successful coordinator. You read a quote earlier. This is your show now. Yeah, I'm the head ball coach, but I need you to bring in your offense, be in command of it, and run it. Like, don't really hear players talk like this. It's very unique. It was a very unique quote.
But it also kind of goes contrary to something we talked about with Mitch Sherman a few weeks ago, and that was the idea that Frost had mentioned, when one of the last times he spoke with the media, that
Golden days.
that Whipple's going to run the pass offense, but Frost is still going to have
the run offense,
a heavy influence on the run offense. That would seem to fly in the face of this, which is basically saying, hey, Whipple, the show is yours. Go.
Yeah.
So,
again, all we can do right now
maybe
is
maybe ultimately all of this is just one big smokescreen.
Yeah.
Maybe this is all part of one big elaborate smokescreen.
Yeah, I had a question. I think it was during the College World Series because Sipple and I were doing the show, and I asked him specifically because there was a quote that came out from Richard Torres, about the offense, the Whipple offense. This is from probably about almost a month ago, and how it's like a pass-first offense. And as a quarterback, he was really excited to be in a pass-first offense with Mark Whipple. And I asked Sipple, is this did he accidentally give the game away? Is he giving away secrets on accident because he's such a young quarterback? Sipple didn't view it that way, and that's fine. He doesn't have to. But that's all we can do right now is parse. We're trying to parse all these quotes.
Sure.
So is it a smokescreen? Is it younger players just kind of, I don't want to say speaking out of turn because that makes it sound like there's like a nefariousness, but saying things maybe going a little too far than perhaps you should. A couple comments coming in that are essentially the same. Jeff says, this just in, Matt Masker's disappeared. Poof, gone. New Twilight Zone episode being typed up now. Zach says Masker will be released tomorrow for those comments. Like, obviously, they're not that bad. They're not that bad. But
yeah,
but I am viewing them. I definitely am viewing them a very specific way of, I just want to know why he thinks this. Is it just the obvious of like, yeah, of course Frost is sad. He likes calling plays. Because if it's that, like, that would make sense. But I mean, if Frost is like, again, I'm not saying he's walking a mope. Oh man,
I don't think
Johnny looks longingly at his playbook in the corner, like, oh, I remember you playbook. It's not like he's not texting his playbook. Hey, what's going on?
He's kind of like
up.
He's like Saul Goodman, putting in the VHS tape of his old commercials
exactly.
at the beginning of Better Call Saul.
He's watching plays he designed. Oh, 2018. I remember that play.
And for some reason, Scott Frost is only in black and white. But the commercials are in color.
It's just a bunch of UCF plays over and over and over.
I don't understand.
It's not that, but it's just is he just inferring because again, it's obvious, of course. Like if that was his baby, and sometimes he's really good at calling plays, sometimes he wasn't, but that's how he made his career for a while.
Now here's a possibility. First off,
maybe I'm just being a crazy.
I guess what I should say, in terms of how I absorbed this story or how I took this story, I don't see there being anything necessarily bad in this
about Frost longing for his playbook
in all of this, because of course it was going to be difficult.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's not only a guy giving up something that he has done for over a decade. Like I said, I mean, almost his entire assistant coaching career, his head coaching career has been offensive based and being very much in tune with what's going on offensively. And losing that, especially when he came in with the reputation of, we are going to shake up the world with this offense. And it hasn't happened. And so there's that side of it. There's also the side of it that he's doing this at a moment where he is giving up control of something that's very integral to the operation at a time where they have to get better or he loses his dream job.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know if we've made enough of that.
And
we've made a lot of it, but like you put it that way.
But it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. He's being asked to give up something, or he's asked of himself to give up something, give up control in a moment where if it doesn't go well, his job is done.
John, the first time we brought...
And that's a difficult thing to do because you always want to have your own fate in your own hands.
Yes.
And I'm going to die with my boots on. If the offense does not look good this year, it's not going to matter who's calling the plays. At the end of the day, Scott Frost is going to be shown the door.
Tremendous point. Whipple can do literally everything, but it doesn't matter because Frost is the guy who's going to be on the hook for it.
Exactly. There could be a moment. There could be a moment at some point this year where, you could see a season teetering on the brink, and all of a sudden Frost is like, I gotta go back in. I gotta go back in and fix this because I know what we need to do. And that's a tough thing to seed. It's tough enough to seed that kind of control when you've always had it. It's tougher still when your job depends on it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I remember when we first kind of kicked around the idea of him giving up play calling, and that was 2019, if I remember right. And the response was usually like, no way. He wouldn't do that. That is his bread and butter. That is how he's made his career. And now it's happening. And, again, like things have moved so fast this offseason, and it's already July 8th, and the season starts in a month and a half. So there are times where I wish we could have unpacked things a little bit more. But, man, you described the situation in a way a moment ago it just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks of, wow, he is – this is a big-time change. And I mean, one of the other things that we haven't really talked about a whole lot is like the offense is going to be different, Yeah,
it is.
The identity. And look, they never got to the point where they had an identity or they could have had an identity, so it's not like they're moving away from this. They're not moving away from like the successful option to the West Coast. They're spread and they're going to be a little different now. But in a way, again, I don't know if we have made enough of those types of changes and just how he was trying to win in one way. And now if he's going to keep his job, it will be done in a different way with a really old offensive coordinator. And so, like, if it is successful, what does that mean long-term? Because this guy was a coach that people thought might retire after last season anyway. A lot of the Pitt media felt that way. Chris in Montana with a text. So when the Huskers win the Big Ten West, the team's going to throw the Gatorade on Whipple, and Scott's going to have his hands in his pockets kicking the turf. Here to lift Whipple up. Travis says, maybe we'll make Northwestern throw out half their playbook after the first series. Hey, there you go. That's what you want, man. That's what you want.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not going to read too much nefarious into these comments by Matt Masker because I think it could be a combination of, him speculating as we have that, hey, it's a tough thing to give up. Plus, maybe some observation in the room. But again, I don't think that Scott Frost is walking around, dragging his tail between his legs and saying, gosh, I feel so bad. I'm like Eeyore. I'm so sad.
Troy writes, but what if the offense is better without Frost calling plays? It will be clear who the problem was. Damon was talking about this with Sipple yesterday on the morning show. Basically, like, because people are going to play the credit game. If the offense is good, people are going to be very, especially the haters, all very happy to give all the credit to Whipple. And it's like, it's still a team, man. It's still a team.
Well, it's still a team. And listen, I'm not going to go that far in. I don't care how good this offense is. I don't care how good this defense is. If this team's overall mental acuity, mental mindset, mental toughness isn't better, isn't dramatically better than it's been the last couple of years, this team ain't going nowhere. That's been the biggest problem with this team. You watch that offense, they put up yards like crazy last year. They couldn't finish drives. Part of it, up here. The team could move the ball up and down the field, couldn't score points. Why? Turnovers. The problem, up here. That is the biggest thing. and I think a lot of people are going to make too much of, man, that offense is just so much better if they're good, and say, well, Frost just lost it. I don't think there was anything wrong with Frost's offense. It's just that it's more than just the playbook, the X's and O's to why an offense works. There was a collective weakness in that team last year, and it was all up here. That's why they lost so many. That's why they've lost so many damn close games. That to me is the number one thing. They could run a very basic, boring offense, but man, if they have got that mental acuity, if they are tough, if they don't let bad things snowball on them, if they go out and make good things happen instead of waiting for good things happen, they will win more games.
John, unrelatedly to this discussion, we need a sports flash.
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Because we don't have a Hoiberg flash, right?
No.
No Hoiberg flash. According to Robin Washington, multiple sources confirmed to Nebraska on Friday that Nebraska ball assistant coach. I'm going to see if I can stretch this out. Yep, I just did.
Sports flash.
Armand Gates will be moving on for a job on Oregon's staff.
Oh, some Nebraska on Nebraska crime.
Here's
the
a
Wilbur native. Dana Altman.
It looks like we might have a quote here from Armand Gates, and I'm definitely not making this up when he says, "I love their basketball court, and John Bishop can go to hell."
Up.
Armand Gates moving on.
Hey, he did not say that.
You don't know that he didn't say it.
Well, if he did, he's a dumbass.
I'm going to ask him. Hey, at Armand Gates. He has a Twitter, right?
You'll never not convince me that Oregon's basketball court isn't anything but straight trash. So interesting, because there was thought that Gates would follow his brother at Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And he decided not to. And now, I mean, gosh, it's middle of July or early July. And it's kind of interesting. It's kind of full circle because the reason why there was an emptiness on the Oregon staff was because Chris Crutchfield came back to Omaha to coach the Mavs. So that departure left the staff opening there, and now Armand Gates. So in other words, it seems like Dana Altman's executed a trade with the University of Nebraska system. So that's interesting.
Quick response to our discussion from a moment ago. Mason Dana says, as someone who has been critical of Frost, if we're good, I do not care who gets credit. Obviously, the mix of him and the new coaches is working in that scenario. I would give the credit to Scott Frost for evolving and the new coaches for their contributions.
Listen, Scott, one thing Scott Frost will not have to worry about, if things go well this year, he'll get plenty of credit. Because there are vastly more people who really want him to succeed, just beyond just the program succeeding again. They really want him to succeed because of what he represents and who he is and where he comes from. Scott Frost does not have to worry about getting enough credit.
Yeah, he already
Nebraska succeeds.
There's already more support than there is like detractment.
Detractors.
Yeah, there's more supporters than there are detractors right now. So if things go well, like the vocal minority will still be there, but
So
yeah,
I don't think he's necessarily worried about that.
No, he should.
And if anything, he'll get credit for making the necessary changes, stepping away, from a certain thing, so he could take a more global perspective on the job. We talked about it with Barry Trammell earlier. I think that could be a challenge with Brent Venables, who has never been a head coach. At least Frost had a couple of years of head coaching experience and being the offensive coordinator at the same time. Brent Venables has never been a head coach before. And I think there's going to be a challenge there.
Yeah, it's funny. Barry said something in there about Oklahoma has done this forever, and they've been successful forever.
They have.
But I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks there's a reason that Venables has not been a head coach until now. He's an old young guy, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Right? In the coaching world, for a first timer who's been in the game this long, he's kind of old.
How old was old Bobby Stoops when he took over?
I believe he was in his 30s. I believe he was like his late 30s.
Because the Stoops,
he took over in 99.
The Stoops,
I think he was born in the 60s, right?
Yeah, he was 39.
He was 39. Lincoln Riley was young.
He was a lot younger.
30s.
But yeah, Stoops was 39.
Bud Wilkerson.
When he became head coach at Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, again, Brent Venables, he's a really good. He's been an awesome coordinator.
Yes, he has.
He is someone that has been brought up as a potential head coach, for a long time. But he began as a GA in '93 when he was not even 23 years old. He became a full-time assistant in '96 when he was still 25. So think about that. He coached for 25 years essentially as an assistant coach.
Yeah.
And he was a coordinator for, he became co-DC in 1999. He was in his 20s still as a co-defensive coordinator. He had 20 years of coordinator experience, and he never took a job. And that, look, some would say, hey, he was waiting for the perfect job. And perhaps he was, and maybe he found it. But I don't know. This might be the guy that I could see the dip coming this time around. I could see the dip.
We still have some unsportsmanlike content and the bet of the day. As we wind things down on this Friday. It's One Beer Friday. Make sure you send us pics of what you're enjoying this weekend and use the hashtag One Beer Friday, and we'll retweet it from the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here from my friends at McCarthy's 1 hour heating and air conditioning. You know, at McCarthy's, their promise of always on time or they don't pay a dime, it goes beyond just making sure that they're there when they're supposed to be. They treat every emergency, and believe me, when your heating or air conditioning goes out, it's an emergency, like it is their own. They put their words to promise in a guarantee, the You Win guarantee. They actually have an organization called You Win, which is a customer service resource that allows contractors to provide an extra level of protection. These are things in a code of ethics that includes random drug testing for every employee, complete background checks, 100% satisfaction guarantee. They even have neutral third-party arbiters if there is a dispute between the company and the customer. That's how seriously my friends at McCarthy's take your business. And don't forget to join their Comfort Club. Remember that Comfort Club. You get a twice-yearly inspection of your AC and furnace. The low monthly fee never changes. And you get extra special benefits. Find out more. Visit my friends at McCarthy's1hour.com. For McCarthy's Heating and Air, always on time or you don't pay a dime. McCarthy's1hour.com.
Previously on The Crossover.
Josh, Google, is crack still a thing?
Are people still doing crack? Well, according to the Department of Justice's website, and I'm not joking, it's going to sound like a joke, their crack cocaine fast facts section.
What?
Sharp and betting in the morning. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
A chance for pop-up showers and thunderstorms early, becoming partly cloudy tonight with an overnight low of 68 degrees in Omaha and light winds out of the northeast. Heading into tomorrow morning, patchy fog possible in the morning, but becoming mostly sunny for the afternoon. Still humid, high of 87, but feeling like the low 90s in Omaha Saturday. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, a crash still has the 2 right lanes blocked on the northbound North Freeway just before Cumming Street with stop-and-go traffic back from 480. If you're west on 480, you're going to see delays between 24th and the North Freeway. A stall on westbound 680 at Pacific is causing delays through there. If you're north on the JFK, roadwork has the right lane closed, causing delays from Gilmore to L Street, and also delays on the southbound JFK from Q Street to Childs. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Summer is here, and so is the heat. Our greenhouse and nursery sales area are always open and stocked all season long. You can relax knowing when you want it, we've got it. So visit us today. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
1620 The Zone live.
It is a Meat Friday on 1620 The Zone. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp. We're out here with Essential Foods in the Westroads parking lot near Dick's and J.C. Penney for their 20 ribeyes for $40 sale. Steak, chicken, pork, seafood. You'll get the meat sweats out here. You can't miss this. We got the big white truck. We got the big white tent. We got the music playing. We got a party atmosphere going on, and we have deals for you. Right now, half price on the family party pack only while we're here until 6. They've also got limited half-price bulk deals on Kansas City strips, New York strips, mega ribeyes, T-bones, fillets, plus premium chicken, seafood, and pork. Plus, I got buy one, get one deals on quarter cow deals, surf and turf specials. Plus, stock up. You know what? It doesn't have to be the 4th of July to have a barbecue. You can be barbecuing all the time with food from Essential Foods. So look for the big tent. Look for the big truck. We're here until 6. They've extended their sale, so hurry out before it is sold out. 20 ribeyes, $40. All payments accepted. Debit, credit card, cash, Apple Pay, and yes, EBT. Plus, you can check them out on Facebook at Essential Food Sales. I'm Gary Sharp on 1620 The Zone.
If you're tired of trading one dead-end job for another, trade your job for a career. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers has positions open right now. As an IBEW residential electrician, you'll get training, higher pay, paid health care, retirement, and up to a $1,000 sign-on bonus. Build a better life for you and your family. Make it happen. Call 402-810-0789 right now. That's 402-810-0789. Or get details at IBEW22.org.
Meet Caitlin and Adrian, a just married couple that loves each other almost as much as I love windows. As a dedicated Pella window and door replacement advisor, I help guide them through our quality options and decide on the right choice for their style and budget.
Get more with Pella. Let us personalize an offer just for you. Visit PellaOmaha.com/radio for more details.
You can join us every week for the Sharp and Betting podcast. It's Sharp and Betting. We got a podcast driven by our good friends at Woodhouse Auto Family.
Yeah, the cool thing about it is we'll get more in depth on a lot of your favorite topics, have a guest or two, and just might drop some nuggets of information that you've never heard before.
Wherever you get your podcasts, just look for Sharp and Betting. We got a podcast driven by Woodhouse Auto Family each Friday. You can find it on the Sharp and Betting show page on 1620thezone.com. At Sharp and Betting, we got a podcast.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
You know, there was some shenanigans going on.
The 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's been a while since we heard from our good buddy, Poor Bastard Dean. If you're not familiar, a few years ago, Poor Bastard Dean.
Oh, man.
He has like the worst marriage
He's like
ever.
married, but he hates his wife.
Yeah, I mean, there was
Hopefully
some,
she's not listening right now. Hi,
She's
Dean's wife.
doing some bad things, but he just sent us a pic of he's having a Snakes and Sparklers sour from Cross Strain.
Yeah, he's there.
You know, speaking of our great local breweries, my mom
sorry
brought me some stuff from Kincaidor. They're doing their own canned cocktails.
Oh, fun.
She brought me a grapefruit, a jalapeno grapefruit vodka.
Oh,
which was,
how is that?
It was good.
Happy birthday to John.
It was really good. I mean, it's like one of those things where you're like, ooh,
yeah,
very spicy.
Good.
So the folks at Kincaidor out there in Broken Bow, she brought some of that.
And by the way, speaking of Cross Train, it is their 5th birthday this weekend.
Is it?
5th birthday.
They've only been around for 5 years?
Yeah, and do you remember, so we started One Beer Friday. That means we're about to come upon the 5th year anniversary of One Beer Friday because they were one of the first, they might have been the first brewery locally to stop by and give us stuff because we were like, is it Cross Strain? We were like, what is it? How do you say it? Sure enough, cross train. They stopped by. It was 5. I believe it's next month. 5 years ago next month. I'm gonna have to go back and look through the archives.
For some reason, I thought One Beer Friday started in 2016, but you could be right.
I think it was 17. So yeah, 5
I
year
got some
anniversary.
fairy nectar for my birthday too.
They have a triple IPA that they will be unveiling tomorrow.
Good God.
Your boy will be getting some of that, and then they have some other
Shocking.
stuff too. Yeah, right. Yeah, another IPA for me.
Made with the butt sweat of
Shohei
Ohtani.
Ohtani. But happy birthday to Cross.
The cross train,
5 years.
So many good breweries around here. Well, we were talking to Barry Trammell earlier. Caden Green, who was a very sought-after offensive lineman from the Kansas City area, Lee Summit, chose Oklahoma over Nebraska. So the Sooners get a win today.
Sad.
Over the Big Red. But yeah. Isn't that interesting though? The something Barry said, we didn't really get a chance to pick apart, but he was kind of throwing old Lincoln Riley under the bus.
He was,
with
man.
the recruiting stuff. There is a bitterness in Oklahoma, and I don't blame them. I mean, let's face it.
makes
He
sense.
left. He pulled a Baltimore Colts. He left in the dead of the night.
Yeah.
And surprised everybody by going to USC and then taking, Caleb Williams and, a couple other high caliber players with him to SC. But man, there is some lingering bitterness.
Yeah.
There. I want an Oklahoma SE matchup anywhere, any place, anytime. I want this to happen because it will be a bitter, 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 bitter game.
Yeah, it's obvious how much that they like despise him. And you wonder if, we talk so much about locally around here, the conversation maybe can kind of seep into the team at times. And you wonder if that could seep into their team at times, because it's like a relationship where someone has gotten broken up with and they are obsessed.
Yeah.
They are still obsessed. And I think, I'll be honest, I think Oklahoma's going to be obsessed for a while. Because, like he said, his recruiting got worse. And on the field, yeah, like they did, their best teams were his earlier teams, but it's not like they had suffered an incredible drop-off.
No.
They were in the race for another Big 12 title last year, which means they were in the race for another CFP last year.
Yeah.
They were a good program, and Lincoln Riley's a really good coach. And I think he's going to be awesome at USC. And I think, unlike Nebraska and a lot of other schools in the realignment era, I think they're going to hit the ground pretty much running in the Big Ten. They might not win the league, but the playoff will expand. I don't know to what, but it'll expand, and they'll be involved. Like, he's going to be really good there, and I think that's going to piss off Oklahoma fans.
Oh, big time.
Something fierce.
Big time.
Yeah.
Again, this needs to happen sooner rather than later. What's the well, let's see. They're still in the Big 12. So, and they're still in the Pac-12. I don't care what bowl game it is. Just make it happen. Somebody needs to make this happen. Oklahoma versus USC.
Seriously, can you imagine if it was a playoff game? If those two teams played in the college football playoff?
I'd almost rather it be in a meaningless bowl game.
Because it'd be funnier.
Because at least because with the playoff, it already brings enough storylines with it.
Yeah.
This would at least make a relatively meaningless bowl game worth watching just because of how much resentment exists.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. It's like when Nebraska and Nebraska and Michigan, when they played in the Alamo Bowl, it was like, this one's for 97. This is for the title that was split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That gave other people a reason to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, some unsportsmanlike content, including Chris Sale defending a temper tantrum and another former Husker teamed up with another former Jay.
Oh.
We'll explain when we continue here on 1620 The Zone. But I just saw, oh man, poor bastard Dean is now on to a dark sour. He's like going all in. And he just sent us a tweet that said, wife has a headache, so it might be fun. Wish me luck. Now, poor bastard Dean might actually appreciate the fact that little Dean isn't working. But for most of you who have a loving relationship, you want to have the little guy functioning at full efficiency. And if it's not been in recent years and you've had to rely on the little blue pill, well, I've got a great suggestion for you. It's my friends at Brookside Medical Clinic. Because at Brookside, they have the advanced wave technology, which has been shown by Cambridge University to help restore and regrow blood vessels. That helps get the little guy functioning again normally, without medicines, without pills, no side effects, no waiting for the pill to kick in. And right now, if you call my friends at Brookside, 402-671-7777, you'll get a free blood flow ultrasound and consultation. That's right, free. Plus, they'll add an extra special gift that's sure to help in the bedroom. So, whether you're poor bastard Dean or not, make sure the little Dean is happy by visiting Brookside Medical Clinic. Call today, 402-671-7777.
Zone, taste of our takes. Sharp and Betting in the morning.
Scott Chanley joining us here on Sharp and Betting in the morning. Joe Burrow sat down for a podcast last week. They asked him about how many times he'd been sacked last season and what kind of a toll it said. And essentially what he said is sacks are an overblown stat. As a defensive guy, when you hear a quarterback say that, your response is?
He's a liar. I don't believe him one bit.
For more, tune in every day to 1620 a.m. or go to 1620thezone.com.
Across the country, more than 3,000 people were killed by distracted driving. 3,000 mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, and friends. In Nebraska, distracted driving-related crashes have gone up 32% since 2010. That's 4,500 crashes, 1,500 injured, and more than 100 dead. Using your phone while you drive is illegal. Drive safely. Somebody's waiting for you back home.
Visit nedrivingconcern.org. Brought to you by the Nebraska chapter of the National Safety Council and the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Omaha Storm Chasers fans, assemble! Join us on Friday, July 22nd for Marvel's Defenders of the Diamond, featuring an appearance by Thor. The team will wear special Black Panther jerseys that'll be auctioned off during the game, so don't miss your chance to go home with a piece of the fun. Dress as your favorite Marvel superhero and get your tickets today at omahastormchasers.com.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
You know, I just realized something.
What's that?
The first question that I sent, I forgot to send the audio.
Well, let's start with the second question then, Dan.
Well,
Do you want me to find it on Twitter real quick? Because I have it saved in the After Hours account.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, too. Find that audio. That would be awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Dan is already on the ball.
Dan the man.
The apology or the freak out? Which one would you prefer?
Either one. No, the apology. The
Oh.
freak out. We have the freak out. Here is the freak out. Well, go ahead. You'll start with the question.
We're off to a great start in content
Well,
today.
I'm all messed up.
We'll figure it out
we were
eventually.
worried about Nuggets at the start of the show.
We were very worried about Nuggets.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Red Sox pitcher Chris Sale went nuts the other night after his minor league rehab outing in Worcester went poorly.
So here's the video if you're watching along in the stream.
Yeah, I need more guards here. I need more guards here. Get him right.
Little miffed. And that was
Little
at a
triggered.
minor league stadium. And after a minor league rehab
Come on,
assignment.
man. This ain't no major league park. What are you doing?
So he did explain himself yesterday. This was a couple of days ago. Then yesterday, he explained himself as to why he did what he did.
This is why we did what we did.
And the explanation is, well, it's.
Will we hear the explanation,
Will
John?
we hear it? I don't know if we'll hear it. Will we hear it?
I don't have it. I have the freak out. I have the freak out.
Oh, you have the freak out. You have the freak out. Well, okay, I will paraphrase then.
Okay, great.
What he said, but basically,
Got to be your ball.
what he said was that this is what makes him who he is. The fact that he is a
fiery
guy, he's an emotional guy.
Sure.
This is what makes him what he is. And while he acknowledges, yes, does it look like a 7-year-old temper tantrum?
Yes.
It does.
Though if a 7-year-old could pull a TV off the wall, more power to him, I guess.
Sure. Now, he did promise they're going to rebuild, he's going to buy them a nice new TV.
Oh, that's awesome.
Maybe a
he
larger.
He can afford it.
He can definitely afford it, especially
Good.
with today's TV prices. That's the one thing that hasn't been affected by hashtag.
Are
Grindfest.
TVs still cheap?
I think so.
Oh,
I think
good.
so.
Good.
So there you go. There it is.
What
right
if that
there.
was a great question?
That was a great
I have
question.
no. So what am I supposed to say? here?
You can say whatever you want.
I wish he was showing.
Well, here you go. If you want to hear his full explanation, I did finally find it.
All right.
At least a minute and 14 seconds.
No.
of his explanation.
We're good. Let's just.
We're
should we
good.
Just, yeah. Let's move on. To the next
Move
one.
on. This question was blown from the start.
Yeah, buddy. All right. Sean Miller needs no introduction at Xavier, but is college basketball ready to forgive? ESPN.com asked that question in a story this week on Xavier's new old coach. What say you?
Now, first off, eventually at some point, the NCAA is going to hand down the official sanctions.
So weird.
And
that
there's
they
a
haven't.
really good chance that Sean Miller is going to be slapped with a show cause and probably some time off.
Mhm.
So when that happens, how many games it is bound to happen. He claims in this piece done by ESPN.com that, that episode changed him. We'll see. His former assistant, Book Richardson, who actually went to jail because he was in violation of federal law by accepting those bribes. He certainly had a much tougher situation than old Sean Miller is. It's something he's going to have to continue to answer for, but at least Miller had a soft landing spot, and it was a perfect situation, a place that already loved him, that's going to overlook every transgression because he represents the hope and the promise of Xavier basketball getting back to Elite Eight status like they were when Miller was there the first time.
College basketball, are they ready to forgive him? Like, I know what the opposition is going to do. They're going to have a great time. They're going to make fun of him. As a sport, do we care as much about those types of transgressions? Definitely not.
No.
So that's the thing. Like, I think fans will have a lot of fun with him this year, and then it's not forgiving. I think people will just kind of forget about it and move on.
Sounds about right. All right. So for the first time in 7 years, and just the third time in the past 12, the Oklahoma Sooners are not the preseason favorite to win the Big 12. That honor goes to Baylor, the first time they've been picked to win the league before the season started. Is this because of Oklahoma's unknowns or confidence in the Bears?
I think it's the former, Dan, and it kind of goes back to the discussion that we had a little bit earlier in the show with Barry Trammell. So it's a new roster. It's a new coaching staff. There's making a lot of changes, not to mention offensive guru to defensive guru. It's a change in kind of a culture and a style. And so I think that there is some trepidation with the Sooners. I think they're going to be good. I just don't know if we're going to watch the same like dominant team. And look, maybe last year's Oklahoma team was kind of a preview of that. 10-2 in the regular season, won a lot of close games. Their offense was kind of hit and miss. Eventually they had to make the quarterback change. So I think this is more on Oklahoma and the questions that surround them instead of Baylor and maybe the confidence in that program right now.
I think it's an example of more college football media groupthink. Well, Baylor won last year, so Baylor wins this year. I mean, that's where a lot of these predictions comes from. And it also comes from how many returning starters do you have? How did you do last year? Is your coach different? Blah, blah, blah. So I think it's a combination of both factors. It's Baylor being the defending champs and Oklahoma being in a state of transition, a serious state of transition.
All righty. San Francisco 49ers tackle Trent Williams has become the first offensive lineman to get a 99 rating on the Madden video game. Good call.
Well, if there was a guy who deserved it from that position group, it is Trent Williams. He is the best in the business at that spot. So, yes. Now, does that excite video game players?
Dude, I love hearing about linemen being 99.
Everyone knows when you play Madden, you switch off from being the quarterback and you play left or right tackle.
Seriously, quarterback
all
boring.
the time.
Left tackle,
I would love, you know
right
what?
guard.
You know what? That's what I'm going to do. If you really want to be true to the spirit of John Madden, who loved him some offensive lineman, being an old lineman himself, the real version of Madden should only give you the option of playing as the offensive lineman. No controlling the quarterback or the
with
wide
your
receiver.
fancy offenses.
Yeah,
Fancy
you should be able to pick the left tackle and just go to town on that poor defensive end or that poor defensive tackle or linebacker in front of you.
Also, to answer the original question, like the game's been around forever. Orlando Pace, Tony Baselli, like those guys weren't 99s. Like that's nuts.
Well, they are pretty stingy with the old 99.
Yeah, is Trent Williams as good as those guys?
And in relation
Break
to
him down on Monday, John. That's what I want to hear from you and Robbie. Trent Williams breakdown versus Tony Baselli.
Well, I mean,
and Orlando Pace.
I don't want to go talking about 49ers.
Bring Severe on. Talk some offensive line.
I don't want to go back to talking about 49ers breaking down again. I mean,
KD's going to respond now.
It happened last January.
Here he
It's
comes.
a little soft, they're a little soft about it. It's kind of hard for the Frisco fan to handle.
Sad.
Have either of you taken in the newest season of Stranger Things? It has been out a couple of weeks. Thoughts?
I have forgotten.
You forgot?
I have not. Part of the reason this question is in there is to remind me because I'm looking for stuff to watch. Now, with that said, I just started Django last night, and
Unchained?
Yeah. So I've been watching Django instead.
How far are you? Wait.
About an hour in.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, John.
I know, but
I love that movie. No, it's a great pick. I love that movie.
I know, but it's just
Django. Django. I started that last week. How the hell are you starting it now? That's great. I've not watched Stranger Things, so here's what's going on. I did not like the end of season 3. I didn't like it very much.
Most people did not.
What's his name? Went over to Russia. I thought they killed him. He didn't die. Now
they bring him back.
Yeah. Save the murder cult jokes. I think that there should be consequences on TV shows and that people should be able to die and everyone can't be brought back.
Yeah, I know.
We talked about that when the last Star Wars movie came out. Like, I'm annoyed. So that happened. And I was like, you know what? I'm kind of done with the show. So when season 4 dropped, I was like, no, I'm not going to watch it.
Do it.
That's what one of my best friends said. He's like, I cannot get enough of this show. And then another friend and another friend. So we will definitely get to it at some point soon.
Oh, I'll get to it.
But I have not watched it just yet.
Because I will say, I have watched all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I binged it, and then I watched it kind of a little bit slower just to get, like, my nerd on.
Yeah.
because that's
how you roll.
what you do.
Yep.
And it is quite literally 9 movies, basically. The first 7 episodes are all basically an hour long.
And then the last one's like 2 hours,
And
right?
the last 2 are an hour and a half and 2.5 hours.
What?
You know,
Whoa.
2.5, take off about
See-
15 of that for the credits in that one, because that's
So-
a big.
So when I first saw that running time, because I saw the tweet about it, like, yeah, the last one's going to be this long. I was like, oh, because I thought this was the series finale, but there's still one more season.
There's another season.
Yeah, I didn't
And-
realize that either. The kids are it's gonna be like, oh, they're gonna be adults.
I know. I mean, you can
And that's
only
another
go so
reason
far.
why. Yeah, that's another reason why I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this.
I will admit,
They're like adults now. They can drink.
out of all of them, Caleb McLaughlin, the guy who plays Lucas, is starting to look like much older
Mm-hmm.
and like is actually like filling out and looks kind of, young, but like adult manish kind of getting there. I hope next season he's just like, F it.
I'm
having a mustache. And I'm going to be like a senior and I'm going to have a mustache because it's supposed to have this big time jump next season.
Good. So it makes some sense with the character's age.
Yeah,
or the
so they're a
actor's
little
age.
bit older and it makes a little bit more sense.
Okay.
Also, if you didn't like the way that season 3 ended because you were like, this is bad, this isn't that
was
great.
me.
The way that this season ends is a little bit more
Better.
it's a little bit more fulfilling for those of us who are like, death is real and it needs to happen.
Oh.
And like things are actually like,
There are consequences to your actions.
Exactly. That's the bigger thing. There are consequences to your actions because someone dies every season.
That's true.
All right.
Ooh.
Well, I'm intrigued now.
All right. Well, I'll take it in, but you know what starts back on Monday? BCS.
Final
And we ain't
6
talking about
episodes.
a crappy college football playoff system either.
6 episodes left.
Better Call Saul.
Very excited.
Bet of the day. Ooh. And we'll wrap up the week right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Live.
Get your meat game right. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp out here at Westroads with Essential Foods, the big white truck, the big white tent. We're in the parking lot of Westroads right by JCPenney and Dick's. 20 ribeyes, $40. Steak, chicken, pork, seafood. Yeah, you got to stop by. Check out the great deals. Did I mention 20 ribeyes for $40? Plus, they are open daily until they sell out. So there's still time to get out here. We're having a great time. Meat is flying off the truck. People are coming in and saying, I got summer barbecues this weekend. And they say, don't worry. You still have time, but hurry out today. They're going to extend the same half price deal for the rest of the day until sold out. 20 ribeyes, $40, huge truckload meat sale, half price deal until sold out. So you got to hurry out here to Westroads in the parking lot. Big white truck, big white tent near JCPenney and Dick's. 20 ribeyes, $40. Essential Foods is taking care of you. They've got buy one, get one deals. They've got steak, chicken, pork, and seafood. They've got the hookup for you. They're here until 6 tonight. So stop by, take advantage of these great deals, including those 20 ribeyes for $40 from Essential Foods. I'm Gary Sharp on 1620 The Zone.
Summer is here, and if you have a gotta get it done this year project, trust the official exterior experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction. Call them for a free estimate on roofing, siding, windows, or even solar. They're close by with 3 locations in Nebraska, including Lincoln, Grand Island, and Omaha. Need financing? J-Tech offers 0% interest for 60 months. Call 402-261-3682 or go online to yourexteriorexperts.com. J-Tech Construction, Nebraska's exterior expert.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
For the early risers in Lincoln and Omaha, Saturday mornings join a new congregation. The guys from the Church of the Corn are now live every Saturday morning on 1620 The Zone. Catch Zach, Drake, and yes, even Fitz. Saturday mornings from 8 to 10 a.m. right here on 1620 The Zone. Join the choir every Saturday and find out. The Church of the Corn is in session every Saturday morning, 8 to 10, right here on 1620 The Zone.
French food, and not just small portions and high prices. Les Voltaire is anything but. Come visit Omaha's own little corner of France for mouth-watering appetizers and entrees, plus melt-in-your-mouth desserts. Dinner with friends, special occasions, entertaining clients, or just chilling with French wines and craft cocktails with your favorite someone. Les Voltaire will make you feel right at home, just like they've been doing for more than 2 decades. Les Voltaire just off 156th and West Dodge Road in the Pepperwood Village, and at lesvoltaireomaha.com.
There are actually 2 kinds of cigars. The first is the one you smoke with beloved family and friends. The second, the one you enjoy with friends you've just met. And you'll find both at Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge. At Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, there's a well-stocked humidor with some of the best bands from around the world, and a bar with your favorite cocktails and other drinkables. So what do you say? Which cigar will you be enjoying tonight? Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, just off I-680 and 48th Street next to Cubby's.
There's nothing quite like listening to the Kansas City Royals line ball to the wall. Leap on 1620 The Zone.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson on 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding me.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
Folks, we had a rough one yesterday. The Cubs lost. The White Sox lost. That's who Dan had, minus 260. And Shohei Ohtani did not score a run.
Ha! Imagine that.
Jeepers.
What a massive disappointment.
You jerk. I am going to John's favorite sport for my weekend bet of the day, tennis. I'm going to Wimbledon.
I thought you were going to pick Chase Elliott to win this.
I ran inside this morning, watched some tennis while I was on the treadmill. I'm going to go against Novak Djokovic because Nick Kyrgios.
Kyrgios.
Thank you, Dan. Is a plus 310 underdog. I would like some of that money. Plus 310. How is it pronounced?
Kyrgios.
That guy. Go, Nick.
Brewers and Astros tonight, plus 125.
I'm keeping it safe. Minus 124 on the Minnesota Twins.
Is that safe given that you picked a minus 260 favorite yesterday, Dan?
Good point.
The White Sox were tired from their series the days before. They went 10 innings with the Twins the night before that one. So
that's a good point. That's a bet of the day.
I'll make excuses.
By the way, the poll question from earlier today, and if you missed it, Connor's world record attempt.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
It was very funny.
He fell really short. You'll definitely want to check it out on the video replay. Go to our YouTube page and visit 1620 The Zone.
Just watching the beginning of it was so funny.
Yeah, the entrance was better than the actual attempt. But Connor Happer show poll asked a question: which is the bigger disappointment, the world record nugget attempt or Scott Frost's tenure at Nebraska?
Oh.
Well, the roasting of Scott Frost continues. He wins it with 58% of the vote.
Bummer. Sorry, Scott.
So
sorry, Scott.
There's that.
By the way, the Nebraska athletic department has just put out a statement about Armon Gates. He is indeed leaving. So, not surprised. Robin Washington had it, but
yeah,
it is now official. Official.
It was already done. Already done. By the way, we did get another communique from poor bastard Dean.
Oh, how's he doing? I'm sure he's happy.
Well, apparently he said the wife called and
my wife.
And she's been wondering where dinner has been. And yeah, she said, oh, and guess who just called wondering why I'm not home yet to get supper started. Not even home yet and already in trouble. Cool.
You know
Enjoy
what?
your weekend,
Dean,
boys.
I think I'm on her side because you just called it supper. Unless she called it supper and you were just quoting her, then I'm back on your side again.
Supper? Why? What is wrong with supper?
Dinner, lunch, and dinner, not dinner and supper.
What's wrong with supper?
Bye.